doors open, kids find a safe space. That three gaming doc fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. And dreams are bred. The city roars, but her wheels still roll. Streaming at night with a fierce heart soul. That three gaming dog fights the grind each day. From the joystick low to the streets ballet. She's the voice that echoes the restless hum. Hardcore hero where the city drums. Cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Walking roads never leave her alone. Cali where the sun went red. Found a home where chaos and dreams are bred. The city roars, but her wheels still roll. Streaming at night with her fierce heart soul. They laugh, they cheer when her streams go live. Green glow shining, she makes them thrive. Kids in the morning don't see her night. She hides battles fought by screens, strange light. Driving their futures down bustling streets, filling small lives with the simple beats. She carries their dreams while chasing her own. Winding roads never leave her alone.
Well, greetings, gamers! This is Dr. Eileen, the gaming doc, and soon to be the not driving doc. And this is your place to laugh, to chat, to chill, to hang out, to take a moment, to take a break, to take a breath. Oh my gosh, it is, when summer school starts, it's like, okay, 6 weeks, 6 weeks, 6 weeks. And the fact that we are at the starting of the last week, which means that I get like about 2 weeks off of actual time off, which is so cool. And 2 weeks is about all I can take. I mean, for those who enjoy taking the entire summer off, and at some point, I may want to do that because I know that I want to do traveling and all kinds of stuff. But, I need something to do. I don't know about y'all, but it's like I kind of need something to do, a reason to get up. And maybe that's just because I'm used to it. And Marauder, oh yes, showtime. Dances to the theme song, yes. Hey yo, Doc, hey yo, my eagle of iron. Good morning, how are you? How are you? We have such a polite community here. I think this is the first time I've listened closely to the opening song. It's great. Oh my goodness, yes. And, one of our friends, White Tiger Fire, he and his daughter put together this song and the closing song. Watch me. Woo! Englishing. I meant I'm okay. Englishing. We got to put that on a t-shirt. Come on up to Canada and do some Reno with me. Oh, Marauder, I so want to come up to Canada. See, that would be something that I would have a lot of fun doing if it, granted at my seniority level, um, I don't have the option to do summer school. Once I do get the option, I'm only about 100 people away. So if I go up by 100 over the next year, which I mean, people retire. We've got our number one driver, our number one seniority driver who has been driving for Pioneer longest, started driving when I was a junior in high school. He's been driving since like 1979. Original Recently, our previous number one had been driving since 1978. So now he retired finally like last year, but our longest running driver has been driving since 1979. And a lot of our drivers are, they're a lot older, and so sometimes they retire in clumps. So that means that I will be moving up. So once I'm at the point where I have the option to drive summer school, I would love to just spend a summer going through Canada, driving through Canada and seeing everything, and going to the place of my birth, Newfoundland. I came up with a wise phrase today. First off, make sure it goes over in inspiring thoughts. What is it? What is it? What is it? A person who believes other people's lies will never be wise until they seek out the truth themselves. Okay. A person who believes other people's lies will never be wise until they seek out the truth themselves. Iron Eagle, please immediately put that in inspiring thoughts. And oh my gosh, that is so relevant to me right now. That is, I will be quoting you. Just understand, I will be quoting you because I've been dealing in some situations where there are folks who seriously need to hear that. It's a great one. I feel like I've heard very similar. Yeah. I mean, that whole idea of what is one person's truth as opposed to the truth. And the truth is a very complicated thing. And you know, a lot of times people will confuse it with their truth. And it is so good to be reminded that, and especially people who want to seek out wisdom, if you want to seek out wisdom, then you have to discover what is the truth as you see it, not as someone else sees it. That is so significant to me right now, and I'm so glad you said it. I love the saying, you don't know what you don't know until you know you don't know it. Oh, Marauder, please put that one in inspiring thoughts as well. Oh my gosh, y'all be coming in and dropping the knowledge. You know, what I usually will say is the only reason I know better now is because I didn't know better then. And, I mean, and it really is about figuring out what you know versus what you believe, because those are two different things. They're not necessarily the same. And being able to admit that you don't know, that, your cup's not full, because as soon as that cup's full, nothing else goes into it. And when we can, and sometimes we have to tip that cup out of what we know, because over time we realize, oh, that's what I knew, that's what I believed to be true and all of that. But now that I have more experience, now that I've seen more of the big wide world, now that I've heard more perspectives, maybe what I knew or what I believed wasn't the whole story. And to me, that is the cool thing when, we can take that mug of what it is that we believe we know, and sometimes it's like, you know what? I need to pour a little bit off because I've gotten new information that changes my perspective on what I believed I knew. I'm telling you, this is so appropriate for me. This is so significant for me right now because, you know, this puts into words what there's some folks that I've been trying to tell this to, and you both worded it beautifully. And I will definitely be quoting you. Anyway, oh my gosh. And Marauder, I was definitely, oh, and happy belated birthday. Oh, it's not birthday yet. It is the 22nd. Oh, and I have decided we're doing something amazing. And my birthday's a Saturday. And I'm going to be doing a stream, and it is going to be called Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Peanut Butter Jelly Time. Because happy birthday. Well, it's my well, actually it's my birthday month. So let's just say I'm claiming the month for my 64th birthday, which means, as we know, I am ending 64 years, because you don't celebrate your first birthday the day you're born. Oh no, you don't. You celebrate your first birthday at the end of your first year, not at the beginning of it. So I'm celebrating my 64th birthday at the end of my 64th year, and I will be starting my 65th. Hooah! And I am very excited about that. So it's birthday month for Doc. And we're going to be doing something amazing for my birthday. There's going to be gaming. I haven't decided exactly how long of a stream I'm doing, but I'm doing a long stream. And we are going to be doing an exploration of peanut butter and jelly. We were talking about this last week, and I am going to be, and I've even decided I'm going to set up a wheel. So y'all can spin a wheel, and there's going to be all kinds of things on the wheel that I will be putting with peanut butter and jelly. And let's see, where is it? Where was my list? Oh, okay. So, as an example, things that are going to be on the wheel, I have like 2 full written things. Okay, so PB&J, durian and PB&J. All right, I have to add that. Oh, that was not on the list. But I am a boomer of my word, and I know y'all love to see that. Okay, so we started off talking about PB&J, and somebody said that they mixed in, or their mom mixed in butter with the PB&J, or with the peanut butter. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't even know about that fruit. Well, why don't you try opening up some in your house? Anyway, please don't. Stink bug PB&J. So then we talked about adding cheese to a PB&J, grilled PB&J, including on a soft taco. What is it? Garlic bread or Texas toast PB&J. PB&J with cinnamon and apples. I don't know if I can find venison, but if I can find venison with cheese, PB&J. And in an extra category, Fluffernutter, which I don't think I've ever actually had, which is peanut butter and marshmallow fluff. PB&J hamburger, we will be doing that. PB&J with bacon. There is an amazing chicken place in New Jersey, and they make the most amazing chicken sandwich. So having that with PB&J, steak with PB&J. Yes, we will be doing bean boozle. Bean boozle beans will be on the wheel for PB&J. Let's see. We have spam and PB&J. PB&J with bugs. PB&J with oysters. PB&J with pasta. We're going to use Thai peanuts or Thai peanut sauce and kippers. PB&J with apple fritters for J. PB&J with onion rings. PB&J with French fries. PB&J with anchovies. And now we have added durian. So, yes, well, I'm just filling in on what I've decided to do. I am going to create a wheel of birthday nonsense, a PB&J birthday nonsense, and we are going to be doing every possible combination of PB&J that we're going to do. Let's see. And we've got Venomous XII in the house. The doc is back in town. Yes. Hi, Eagle. Hope you're having a great day. Girl, you still on this? Good morning. Some of that just nasty. Ooh, gonna mess with you. Early stream. Red! How are you, my dear? Doc is still 20. Oh my gosh, please. Oh, drink of the day because it's already warm. It's already in the upper 70s and it's like just after 9 o'clock in the morning. So, yes, we are going with chilled matcha mushroom with coconut milk. Yes. Mm. Oh my God, it's so good. Some of it sounds amazing. Yep. No Iron Eagle needs to be at least 21. Hi. Oh, rather howdy. Just came back from a fire pit. We love fire pits. Oh my God. Fruity Leaf's my favorite foliage. Welcome in. Oh my gosh. Keep it away from my keyboard. I'm very careful. Now, for me to say I'm very careful, you know that means that I'm probably going to spill this. But I've got my backup in a sealed container. I just have to be very very conscious. Okay, thank you for reminding me, Iron Eagle. Oh, and I almost forgot. We didn't do the first three champions across the gate coming in for the gold, stealing our hearts. 420, Marauder 420 coming in for the silver. We have my absolutely favorite Eagle of Iron, Iron Eagle, and coming in for the bronze, we have got who came in next? Hold on. Venomous XII, who constantly pulls out those fangs and totally injects us with the absolute best feels. It is a bite that fills us with the venom of goodness and good feelings and good vibes, the good venomous vibes. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is. Dang. That's a cool emote, Fruity. Fruity Leaves. Oh my God. Fall damage. That is amazing. That finished watching The Pit. Now I have the pit shaped hole in my heart. It's my new 2 week obsession. I loved it. So sad there's only 2 seasons. I need more. Well, I would write to the makers. And Red just came back from a fire pit. You just finished watching The Pit. Where did this emote come from? That is cool. I did put my cheesecake in the cafe. Yes, we're gonna go check that out. The driver on the way back had to roll the windows all the way down from the fire because I just left the pit. I've never been checked like that in a long time. He was like, "What is that smell?" And I was trying to tell him it was a fire pit. It was a subtrain mode I got once. That is so cool. Oh my gosh. Fall damage. That is so cool. And off we go to the Discord. Let's see, nothing in there. Inspiring thoughts. Okay, everybody check out the inspiring thoughts. Oh my gosh, we are hearting that and we are hearting that because these inspiring thoughts talk about truth and wisdom and the fact that people need to seek out what is true for them. Because when people just listen to what one person says, you're only hearing what their truth is. You're not hearing the truth. And it is always so cool to get a reminder that, we need to have that critical thinking part. We need to go, okay, this is what this person is stating. I want to know more. That should be the beginning of a conversation, the beginning of a research process, the beginning of, what it is and how we can expand our knowledge base because what they say may or may not be true. And let's see, and promote yourself and others. Please, please, please make sure that you are posting your streams here so the entire community can know what's going on. So make sure that you are posting yourself and the cafeteria. Iron Eagles. Okay, we gotta make that bigger. Oh my gosh. I can only imagine how good that tastes. Oh, and with the cinnamon. I do so love cinnamon. Oh my gosh, that looks amazing. And I will see if I can find a PB&J uh cheesecake. You've inspired me. Okay, wait a minute. I've got to add cheesecake to the list. Cheesecake. Yes, we are making a list of the most unusual things. So please, if you have an idea for something that I have not put down, yes, and yes, I am including bugs on a PB&J. Teal giraffe, dog. I got my other 3 tattoos yesterday. Now I'm complete. Do we have pictures? Do we have pictures? Oh my gosh. I would love to see that. I did a ton of would you rathers, then pulled out my Bucky balls. That's what my dad calls them. They're magnetic fidget balls with all different textures. I'll take a picture. Please do. We want pics. Is it possible that some people are too dangerous to have a critical thinking hat? You know what? Okay, I will say that that's possible. And would they not be less dangerous if they were critically thinking? That's the thing. See, and that's the thing. It's like once people start actually opening their minds up to the possibility that the world may be a little bit bigger and a little bit more complex and a little bit more dynamic and a little bit more multi layered, I think that people become less dangerous because, you cannot have like, people who are reactive and who, are very, very opinionated and my way or the highway, that can't exist at the same time that new knowledge exists. And there have been so many cases where people, they will have their mind set on something. And I mean, I was there myself for, I'd say, probably my first 2 to 3 decades. I would think it's like, well, this is this and this is that, and that's that. And then over the next 3 plus decades, I realized that there was always going to be something I didn't know, and that wasn't a bad thing because that meant that I was capable of learning. And it is so interesting that y'all bring this up because there's someone who I will be having a conversation with that believes that if they can talk to somebody enough, that person will change their mind. And it's like, and if you respect their autonomy, they have a right to feel the way they feel. And if you feel it's so important that they agree with you and change their behavior, who is that change for? Is it for them or is it for you? And, had a yearly family reunion, dad's side. There was a smoke sauna. Ooh, didn't get to try it though, since that's it. Ah, but it looked cool. Oh my gosh. But yes, being on your moon time, which in indigenous tradition, it's referred to as being on your moon, and you don't normally go into a sweat lodge, or like a sweat sauna, a smoke sauna, but we would refer to it as a sweat lodge. But because there were certain energetic things that were going on at that time, but a lot of different cultures hold that a lot of different ways. But I'm sure you'll get a chance to get in there again. Teal giraffe, I'm sorely disappointed. I just went to Discord to see photos. Ah, okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. Need to hoover the floor. You go hoover. Possibly, possibly. Cool fidget. Yes. Like $7. Ooh, can you post a picture of it, Red? I like it. I wish they were bigger and more magnetic. We need to see a picture. And if you have like a link or an Amazon link, can you post that too? Is it on Amazon? Okay, the tattoos are posted in my general Discord folder. Tip jar is broke. Very true. Doc Ladella says you need to update my settings. Really? Doc Discords don't see it. My Discord. No, it's on her Discord. Okay, hold on. Let me take a look at what's going on. What's going on? Uh, channel. Uh, mute me. What is going on with now live, one acting? Okay, wait a minute. Where did it go? Okay, hold on. Edit panels. Let's take a look at the panels. About me, just chatting. Tip jar. No HTML. Wait, Streamlabs. Link to. Okay, maybe I need to remove it and put it back. I wonder why it's not working. Configure. Okay, now live. Yeah, I'm looking at the page. See, I don't even see it up here. Oh, wait a minute, there it is. Okay, why does it go to that? You can't tip this stream right now. The page owner needs to update their settings to receive tip. Try again later. Update my settings? Huh. Update my settings. Okay, so I will work on that. Hold on. Hold on. Why is that not working? I will have to speak to Jay about that. So I will that pic near the bottom is I'm just saying. Oh, let's see. Hold on. Uh ba, 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 ba. Oh, you mean this one? Yeah, there was like a professional photographer who took some pictures of me, and that was one of them. So it's like, cool. Let's see. So, God, I didn't even know that wasn't working. All right, we're gonna do a thing. Hold on. Hold on. I am going to do a thing. Because tips, though they are never demanded. I'll log in. Though they are never demanded, they are appreciated. Choose where you say the Windows device. Oh, Marauder, thank you. Okay, let's see. Let's see. What is the link? Finances. Okay, so I am going to post the link. See if I can actually manage to do this bit of technology. Search link for let's see. No. Let's see. Hold on. Okay. What do you mean you unpublished the article? Let's see. So I have given 100 bits. Yay! By the way, balls and show and tell. We will look at it. I don't know. When they heal more, I'll post those. Oh, okay. I always love the fresh photos of new ink. Feel that when it's the nicest. I refuse to tip profusely until tip jar is back open runner. All 10 hours of it. Just kidding, Doc. You got it? Hey, uh, just hit it with a broom handle. How about if I spill matcha on it? Let's see if spilling matcha on it helps. Let's see. You know what? It might also be uh do, 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 do. Oh, settings. Settings. That's probably under settings. Do, 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 do. Looks like your address needs to be updated. Is that the problem? Uh, okay. We'll do this. All right. So what we're going to do is, let's see. Is it just the link that needs to be redone? Okay, edit. So maybe is it the link that just needs to be redone? Just saying image links to. Okay, all right. Let me see if I can do it as a direct link. Let's click on this. Needs to update their settings. Nope, it is still not letting me do it. So what I will do is we are going to, let's see. Okay, while tip panel, hold on, is offline, you can go straight to my, okay, my PayPal at, okay, so we will do that, and then we will pin the message. Let's see. Unpin after. Okay, manually. All right, so we'll just pin my PayPal thing while the tip is out. And if anybody would like to donate, they can donate straight. Just a tip. Yes. Just a tip. That's what she said. I know, that's horrible. Anyway, and tips are totally appreciated, but never, 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 ever required. So, and however, off to the. Okay, hold on. Let me turn that off because that makes my frame rate hinky when I try to do too many things at once because it's too many things. Okay, back to the Discord. Hold on. Don't need that. Don't need that. I usually have like a gazillion tabs open at once. Okay, because we've got things to look at in Discord. And then we're going to go over to our friend and see the pictures there and do all kinds of things. Show and tell. Oh, that is cool. Oh my gosh. I like those. Oh my gosh, that looks amazing. I like that. Oh my gosh, they're magnetic so they can. Oh, I like that. That would be so soothing. Oh my goodness. I like that. Okay, and we've got a link. Silicone magnetic fidget toys. Oh, I like that. That is cool. That is absolutely cool. And do crochet products. Yes. Oh, people showing off art. That is so neat. Let's see. I just okay. Tattoos are posted in my general Discord folder. General Marauder waving. Kill giraffe wave to say hi. Here's the tattoos I got yesterday. Oh, okay. That is cool. That is absolutely cool. Oh my gosh, I cannot wait to see these. I cannot wait to see these in the reel and on the arm. But I also know it definitely takes time to heal. But that is so cool. Oh my gosh, this I love. This I absolutely love. That is, oh, we be loving that. Ah, that is so very, very, very cool. I mean, when people, you know, do that creative outlet thing and, and want to share it. So, I can't English today either. And, Mr. Harmless. Let's see. Hold on. Hey, Doc. Hey! Seeing a comment defending the Soviet Union. Is there a Soviet Union anymore? I didn't think there was. The Soviet Union broke up. I mean, defending what it was back then, because I'm pretty sure the people who followed that ideology would probably defend it. I mean, and the thing is that having that space for everybody to be able to carry their own choices. And, again, I was talking earlier about the fact that, I know somebody who wants to try to convince someone to change their mind about something, and they think if they keep talking to them, they will. And that doesn't work. Because even if somebody changes their mind in front of you, how do we know that they're changing their mind because of us? Or are they just trying to get out of a discussion? And maybe this is Englishing Sunday. This is Serenity Englishing Sunday because apparently I'm having Englishing issues. Others are having Englishing issues. Englishing. Oh my gosh. It what is it? What is it about today? Now, defending the Soviet Union in 2026 is crazy. I mean, there are people who defend the fact that they believe that the earth is flat. So, and to me, ultimately, it took me a while because I mean, the whole flat earth thing, it's like, Okay, do you not understand basic physics? Do you not understand? But the thing is, when I hear what other people think, it's like, you know what? If you love it, I love it for you. If your belief helps get you through, I've had people who defended slavery to me. I've had people who have defended, a lot of different things to me. And after a while, there it reached the point where it's like, why does it change my life what they believe? What do I honestly care what they believe? It's their belief. It doesn't have to be mine. They can share their belief and I will listen and go, "Oh, okay. Well, thank you for sharing." And, which I honestly mean. It's like, because once we remove any investment we have in what other people think, whether it's about something else or even about us, we take our power back. We realize that they can think absolutely anything they want. That doesn't, what they think does not shape my reality. What I think shapes my reality. And if my reality is that life is a tiny dash between two dates on a headstone, and neither one of those dates matter as much as what I fit into that tiny dash, do I really want to fit an opinion that I don't resonate with? That does not have a place in that dash for me because I can fill that spot of aggravation with something that makes me happy. So, yeah, the earth is flat on the back of four elephants riding a turtle. Exactly. Doc, I sent you two stream codes for the Spirit of the Mouse. You can use them for giveaways and a mod if you type let's see, 4 minute, wait a minute, as a mod you can type where? Type what? Actually, I've got it in my Steam. Do. Where's my Steam? Steam. Yes. Okay. Gaming dock, games, and all games, and find a game. Let's see. Okay, yeah, I've got it. I remote download to PC. So this game is already in. And that's one of the things during my next 2 weeks that I have off since, it's like, oh my gosh, it has been, because I mean, when school ended, I was still getting up at 3 o'clock in the morning, getting to the bus yard, driving, doing my afternoon clean, doing my morning cleaning, doing an hour and a half of morning cleaning, coming home, eating quick lunch, streaming, going back to work, doing another half hour of cleaning, driving the bus, coming back, doing another hour of cleaning, taking the bus back, getting home around 7 and immediately going to bed. That's a lot for an old woman. So, and hauling trash out to a bin when it's like 100 plus temperature is its own level of special. Fortunately, I've got a bin that I can put all the trash in, which is like six very large bags, and then I can wheel it out, but it's still, crossing what feels like Death Valley. Hey, the trash has to go out, whether it's -10 or 110. But I am so looking forward to the next couple of weeks. Now, I still have to go in and clean, but I only have to go in and clean in the afternoon. So I've got the whole morning off. And, once I go and come back, it's basically 3 hours round trip for me to take the bus. So I will actually be taking the bus longer than I'll be working and cleaning, but I will now finally have a slight break where I can get caught up and, caught up on games and, and caught up on stuff. It is just, during the school year, it is crazy with all the stuff going on all over the world. Defending anything in 2026 is crazy. Yep. It's like they could give away in your DMs. Yes. I was saying if you want to give them out. Oh, if we want to give them out, Okay, how long do I have? Because we could do that on my birthday for a 4-minute raffle, by the way. You could use them for giveaways. As a mod, you can type da, 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 da. So a raffle. How do we work the raffle? You can do it on Discord if you want. Probably 30 days. Okay. How about we do the giveaway on my birthday stream? I would love to have a break in burning out and don't really know what to do. I got next week booked off and the weekend of 15th through the 17th, but I know darn well I will just work here at home. DC is the best. Opinions. Okay. Um, you know what? Marauder. Okay. And the weekend of the 15th and the 17th. So all right. So if you plan maybe longer, when's your birthday? My birthday's the 22nd, which is a Saturday, which we will be doing a mega stream on that Saturday. We may do 12 hours. We'll do 12 hours. And we can set up the raffle for that. Oh my gosh, that would be so cool. And thank you so much for the donation, Red. That will be great. Let's see. So, hold on. I need to write that down. Okay, where is okay, writing down. Birthday stream, raffle, spirit and spirit and mouse game 2 from Red XIII com. Thank you. All righty. We will do that as a thing on my birthday. We've got all kind. It's not just going to be the peanut butter and jelly. We're going to be gaming. We're going to be talking. We're going to do giveaways, and maybe I'll set up another giveaway myself. You have inspired me. Maybe I'll look and find some stuff I can do as a giveaway. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'm going to be on the road that day. On the road again. I want PB&J. Hi, Jimmy Jitters, who always gives us the jitters when they come in because we're so delighted. Hello, hello, hello. I'm going to be what on the road again. Just can't wait to get on the road again. What road? What road? Yellow brick? Are you going to go get your kicks on Route 66? What's the road? And Jimmy, glad you're here because last week we were talking about PB&Js and we are going to do a peanut butter jelly time. Peanut butter jelly time. And I am going to be mixing PB&J with things that probably should never be mixed with PB&J, including among them is going to be bean boozle beans, anchovies, oysters, onion rings. We had a PB&J and onion rings, durian. We're going to be doing it with kippers. With fluffernutter, we're going to be doing PB&J hamburger, PB&J with bacon, PB&J with spam. So we are going to have a wheel, and it is going to put and yes, when I say bugs, I mean bugs. So freeze dried bugs, edible bugs. Anyway, and I am going to create a mega birthday wheel that is going to have stuff on it so that people can say, okay, we want to spin and whatever it lands on, I will have that PB&J and I guarantee there will be stuff to make people flinch. Ugh. Yeah, now I don't want PB&J. Sure you do. I mean, it all started when somebody brought up the fact that their mom used to mix actual butter in with the peanut butter for the peanut butter and jelly, mainly to stretch out the peanut butter. But it's like, then we started talking about all the different things that could go with peanut butter. I have never tried peanut butter with spam. Now it'll be fried spam. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh! 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 I just remembered. I have canned haggis, PB&J, and haggis. Oh, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be amazing. PB is supposed to be with meat. It's supposed to be really good. I mean, Jay was the one who talked me into trying PB&J and hamburger. I'd never tried that. I didn't want to try that. I've eaten all kinds of very unusual things on this stream, but I actually there were two things that he suggested that I flinched at. One, PB&J with hamburger, and two, grilled cheese sandwiches cooked with mayonnaise, because I was raised thinking that I was always told if you heat up mayonnaise it'll poison you. And so it's like, "Oh, so you want to poison me?" I tried both and they are amazing. Oh my gosh. PB&J and PB&J with like sausage patties like from McDonald's or something. You get sausage patties and you put peanut butter and jelly with that. That is a tasty treat. And oh goodness gracious, great balls of fire. We are going to I mean, it's like PB&J and French fries. I had never thought of that. And I love French fries and I love PB&J. And it is really good. I think you and I have a different opinion of amazing. Distinctly possible. Oh my goodness. I mean, yes, I did eat a 9 million Scoville gummy bear. And yes, I did in fact see dead relatives. And yes, in fact, they confirm the fact that I am not the smartest of my parents' children. So, yeah. But oh my gosh, I think that's going to be amazing. And I have to figure out, okay, what I may do, depending on if I have a because I'm in a new play and jelly not so much. You know, PB is actually very versatile as far as a spread. Yes. And yes, you likely joined them momentarily. Jelly, not so much. And yeah, I mean, I honestly did. I was walking towards the light. It was like, hi, family, grandma. But yes, I think I might have momentarily joined the other side. But the one thing that I am not a fan of, I mean, I will eat peanut butter with, as we are going to know, almost anything except for mayonnaise. Maybe I should put peanut butter and mayo on the wheel just in case. Because that would be like, out of all of that, I would eat the PB&J with Bean Boozle beans faster than I would do PB&J and mayo. Nope, you will be sick. Oh my goodness. Oh, it is it it's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. And yes, I will not stand as the smartest of my parents' children. In fact, I will prove that I am not. So I figured out, okay, what I figured out was I'm going to get, it's like the bread, but I'm going to cut it into fourths. So each PB&J thing will be like a quarter of a sandwich. So that way I don't get too full, because I have the feeling I'm going to be eating a lot of PB&J. And we got to add fluffernutter. We got to add, I will be going by New Jersey to get some Fluffy's chicken. Oh, oh, I have to add the fluffy sauce. Yes, Fluffy's chicken with fluffy sauce on a PB&J. Yeah, I'm probably going to be pretty sick. I will fast the day before, okay? But yes. And I mean, you got to find something, a reason to celebrate in the silliest way possible. I used to go to a breakfast program with a PB&J sandwich and my lunch in the same lunchbox. One day, lunch was ham with lettuce and mayo. PB&J mixed with the mayo and made me yak. Okay, Jimmy, fist bump, high five. If you fast, won't the sugar digestion be enhanced and make it worse? That is true. That is true because with this much jelly, there's a good chance I'm going to end up with a sugar rush. Caffeine! Yes. I don't know if celebrating life tempting death really is the way to do it, but do what you feel is wise in your realm of reality. Venomous, I love how you add that in your realm of reality. Mm. Believe me, my realm of reality has been questioned on multiple occasions. Um, and yes, is it silly? Yes. PB&J and a ghost chip. Oh. Oh, are we talking ghost peppers? Oh, and okay, Bean Boozle beans, but we also have to add the hot, spicy. Oh my God, the ghost pepper. Oh no, Carolina Reaper. Okay, Carolina Reaper bean. Carolina Reaper bean. And it's like they're a type of bean, boozle bean, that is specifically, it's like a range of hot beans. And it starts with like just regular sriracha and goes through jalapeno and habanero, and the hottest one, and I mean they are hot, which is, oh, we haven't got anything sour. Wait a minute. On none of these lips. Yeah, I've done the Pocky chip challenge twice. And my only hesitation to do it again is that, now granted, okay, the Pocky chip challenge, which is actually less Scovilles than I think, if you add up the Pocky chip challenge, the total Scoville count is something like 300,000. Hold on. Pocky chip challenge Scoville. Okay, so the Pocky chip challenge, how many Scovilles? Do, 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 do. How many Scovilles? How hot is the Pocky chip? Okay, so the that has a 2.2 million. Uh, it's 2.2 million. The hottest I've had is 9 million. So, and the thing is, it's not the hottest, but the thing that gets people about the Pocky chip challenge is because it's like the gummy bear, which was epic. Um, and I did make it 5 minutes before I reached for relief. But the Pocky Chip Challenge, because it's so dry, and I mean, anybody who has had it can attest to this, it is unbelievably dry. So with the gummy bear, all of the flavor, all of the heat is basically in one spot. You bite into the Pocky chip, it literally explodes in your mouth, in your throat. So it disperses the heat, which makes it, and see, that's what makes it, that's the reason why it's life threatening. Because of the fact that it's so dry that it just kind of, I mean, it literally like, and what happens is it gets into the throat, and that's what causes people's throats to close up. And, that is not okay. But yes, the hottest thing, and I've done the Pocky Chip Challenge twice. Now, if I do the Pocky Chip Challenge and put it on a PB&J, my guess is that because it cancels out that dry effect that goes everywhere, it might not be as bad. So I will consider it. The cucumber, that cucumber is bitter, so toss it out. There are thorns on the path then keep away. Enough said. Why ponder the existence of nuisance? Such thinking would make you a laughing stock in the true to the true student of nature, just as a carpenter or cobbler would laugh if you pointed out the sawdust and chips on the floor of their shops. Yet, while those shopkeepers have dustbins for disposal, nature has no need of them. Marcus Aurelius, and welcome in Dr. Haiku, who is just, our quote master. Please, please, please put that over in inspiring thoughts. Good morning. Good morning. We are fleshing out more ideas. And like I said, I just realized I don't have a single sour thing on this list. What is something that I could add to PB&J? Now there's like sour gels that I can get. Okay, the sour, I got to add something sour to this. I don't have anything that's sour. And of course, sweet and sour go together. Let's see. Good morning. So, oh, what was that? I think there was some sour, it was like, you just kind of squirt it in. Okay, so I have to, okay, let me add to the list sour something because I've got, okay, so because of the meat, we've got savory. Um, Salty. Oh, I could put pickles in here. I don't have any pickles. 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 P P B J P. Yes, and pickles. Yes, PB and pickles. PB and pickles. Okay, so what kind of pickles? Ooh, they make sour candy dust. Oh, okay. Sour candy dust. Dill pickle. Duh. dill dill pickle chips. Oh my gosh. Dill pickle chips on a PB&J. Okay, we're going to put dill pickle slash dill pickle chips. Nose, nose, nose. Oh my gosh. See, this is going to be amazing. This is going to be epic. I was wondering what I was going to do for my birthday. Now we know. And I am going to have the mother of all wheels with all of this stuff on it. Ooh. PBJG. Peanut butter, jelly, and guacamole. Anybody out there ever had PB&J with guacamole? I'm hoping it's a dead shift then since I work the 22nd. Ah! Okay, does guacamole go too far? That Arby thinks maybe. But no. Arby, I could do roast beef. I could get some roast beef. PB&J and sauerkraut. Okay, we've got PB&J with bacon on the list. Sauerkraut. Are you moving again? Why, yes. Yes, we are. We don't have the exact location, but we are going to be moving residents. So I am getting all the pre-packing done, getting, boxes set aside. Jay has decided that he would like to um, get a smaller place. And I mean, he can sell this place and honestly be able to buy another place outright. Bananas. I like bananas. Bananas. And I've had PB&J and bananas before. It's really good. By the OMG, PB&J bananas are amazing. Yes. Now for me, I love peanut butter with bananas and honey. PB&J pork chop. I'm running out of paper. PB&J pork chop. Oh my gosh. I am going to have to spend time. See, I'm going to gradually build up all the stuff that I need. Oh, that's going to be a heck of a shopping list. That's one of my childhood faves. Also had it growing up. I mean, because the other day I came home, I had like a little bit of time before I started streaming, and it's like, look, I don't want to make something big. I don't, what do I want for lunch? And all of a sudden it struck me, PB&J. And I hadn't had a peanut butter and jelly sandwich in a long time. But yes. Oh my goodness. Oh, this is going to be so fun. Mm, the wheel will be magnificent. And we will have everything set up. And maybe I can talk Jay into trying something. Oh, I totally forgot I have canned haggis. My grandmother would make us PB and honey and bananas grilled. Okay, mind blown. See, because I never even thought about grilling PB&J. Never occurred to me. Oh my gosh, that would be amazing. I mean, like I'm a huge fan, and we go into the debate, crunchy versus smooth. It's weird because if I'm having like PB&J and bananas, then or like, peanut butter and bananas, I like smooth. If I'm eating it with celery, if it's peanut butter and celery is amazing. I love it. If I'm eating peanut butter with celery, I prefer chunky in that. OMG, you are missing out if you've never had a grilled PB&J. I have never even thought about that. That's why grilled is added to the list. I'm a crunchy eater, okay. Yeah, because it's like, and like I said, it depends. Um, if it's like a PB&J sandwich, I prefer smooth. But celery has to be crunchy. It has to be. So, there are people from all over the world here. What would be something that is from where you are? It's like PB&J and poutine. PB&J and a donut. Okay, there are a lot of options here. I have to figure out what a PB&J grilled tastes like because that is intriguing to me because frankly, I love pretty much anything grilled. But oh, I'm going to enjoy this. I'm going to enjoy this. Although I'm probably going to get very full. I will have to like set up a side table where everything's going to be set up. Uh but it's fun. And hey, anybody else who has birthdays in August, we will, I will give anybody else who has a birthday in August, they get a free spin. So that is your birthday present. Hold on. Let me note that down. Birthday stream. Other August birthdays. August birthdays get a free spin. See, I've got to write stuff down. I consider every day I wake up again my birthday. That is a wonderful thing. I mean, because if it's not your birthday, it's your unbirthday, which is sort of like still a birthday. And it's a day to celebrate. I'll be born again because I will be deceased when I see you do all this. Does that count? Yes, reincarnation counts. Oh my gosh. And it's not all nasty. I mean, grilled PB&J. And, it's like the spam, yes, the spam is going to be fried. The haggis I may leave unheated. But some are good. Yeah, some are good. And some maybe look gross, like the bugs. Oh, maybe I'll get a tarantula. Let's see, some are good. But others, I hope the ER is ready for you. Yes, well, Jay will have 911 on speed dial and tell them to bring a pump. Hey, you know, I mean, finishing my 64th year is that's kind of a big thing for me because first off, I have lived longer than most of my immediate family who have passed. The only one who lived longer than me is, because my dad was 58 when he passed. My older brother was 59. My older sister was only 35. It's just me and my younger brother. And, so my mom being 70, which means that, I'm catching up with how old she was when she passed. So the idea that I have lived in this world longer than my father did, which is, crazy to me. And beginning my 65th year, because quite honestly, okay, those of you who are on the younger side, what do you picture your life being like? What is your plan for when you turn which oh my gosh, it is we have to celebrate with the Beatles song. Hold on. I've got to note that down. Beatles song. And I have to figure out how to get a clip that will not set off the copyright gods. Will you still need me? Will you still feed me? PB&J. When I'm 64. Boom boom. Yes. Uh you're younger than my mom living in my shed. I have plenty of lifetimes before I worry about that. Oh, that's right. Oh, what was it? There was a movie, Christmas Vacation with Chevy Chase, and there was a cat and it was chewing on a cord for, they of course had like an obscene amount of lights because it's all about competition and who had the most lights. And, the Christmas tree was all lit up and the cat was chewing on it. And all of a sudden you hear this, "Meow," and, it's one of the guys there goes, wow, he burned through all 9 lives with that one. Oh my goodness. Fruity Leaves has last followed since 2022, 4 years, 209 days. Oh my gosh. That is so cool. Oh man. And when we think about, you know, how long we've been hanging out together like this. And you're turning 64. Could have sworn you just turned 60. I remember drawing your birthday fan art while on a school trip. Geez, time flies. Exactly. And again, I am finishing 64 years. And let's see. 2 years, 138 days. Wow. I mean, and some of you have been in here almost since the beginning. Okay, let's see. Hold on. Do 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 do. Twitch tracker. Okay, so for those of you who don't know what Twitch tracker is, it's a way that they have a ranking, and this is my Twitch tracker, and I'm ranked in all of Twitch 297 755,000. Let's see. Oh, hold on. There we go. I'm in the top 4.45 percentage of streamers. Now, keeping in mind, they also count people who have Twitch accounts but do not stream. So out of everybody, I'm in the 4.45 top 4.45%. And let's see. What is it? It was created September 29th, 2020. I started streaming in October of 2020. So it is all time. So let's see. October 17th, 2020 was my first stream. So I'm coming up on 6 years that I have been streaming. Oh my gosh. This is crazy. I mean, and think about how old some of you were 6 years ago. Deal with that. And I was still in my 50s 6 years ago. Oh my goodness. What a long, strange trip it's been. More iced matcha mushroom. This is mushroom matcha. But yeah, it was when I turned 60. That was when I got my nose ring. And the first time I dyed my hair green and got braids. I got a shoe thrown on my head at that trip. Jeez, I was so little 6 years ago. Yes, you. Oh, and now you're all grown. Look at you. You are so grown. You're forever young to me. Oh, venomous. Likewise. You will always course through our veins in all the best ways. And actually, Fruity Leaves, I think I remember you mentioning something about getting a shoe thrown at your head. I mean, it really is kind of crazy when, we think about how time goes and, how fast it goes. And, it is, I'm very happy. I mean, yes, would I have loved to be streaming full time, partnered, making all that big streamer money? But this 6 years has been absolutely amazing. And yep, I was watching the stream in the hotel room. Somehow the door was unlocked. A classmate opened it, tossed a sandal into my head. They laughed and ran. I remember that story. Oh my gosh, Fruity Leaves. I remember that. Oh, and honestly, thank you. Thank you all, especially those who have, been on this crazy boomer goomer ride with me for 6 years. And, glad to be out of that school now. I have friends, actual friends. That's right. And you've got that beautiful GF of yours. And, it's, thinking back as to how my life changed so much. And I would have never thought that, I would end up. I honestly, I when I was younger, turning 64 did not look like this to me. There was, I expected that I would just be married for life, and at this point I'd be retiring because I mean, some of you who are, older folks, you do you remember back in the day when people retired at 55? They'd work for the same company for 25, 30 years, and they retired at 55, and then they moved it up to 60, then they moved it up to 65, and now I don't even know where it is now. Now I think it's 75. I posted a video of the shed my mom is living in. Ah, pre-her moved in. Off to the Discord. Ooh. Hold on. Oh, wait a minute. What does it say? My wife knitting crochet tattoo in honor of her mother. Oh my gosh. Oh, I love this. Oh, that is beautiful. See, I mean, one day to see two tattoos that really, I mean, and my mom taught me how to knit. My mom taught me how to knit and how to crochet. Oh my gosh, that is so cool. Oh, I would so live in that. Oh my gosh. I would so live in that. See, I don't require a lot of space. I really don't. I do not require a whole bunch of space. But, and it's weird because in my life I've moved into progressively smaller and smaller spaces. So, I went from a house to a, a cabin in the woods to a room, and I definitely am going to be doing that bus conversion. That is a part of my 10-year plan. 10-year plan, because actually that's down to 8 years. In 8 years, I figure I'll retire from driving a school bus, and I will be, because in 5 years I reach top pay. In 3 more years, I start drawing a pension. I start accumulating a pension. So when I hit 10 years, that's when I'm going to buy an old school bus, which I mean, they should be inexpensive and plentiful. Buy an old school bus, make sure it runs really well, make sure that all the engine and all that stuff, and I am going to convert it into an RV, and I will live in that, and then I can drive all over the country, and I can stream from the road, and I can visit all of you, and I will take my RV, my bus RV up into Canada. It's crazy. But that is so cool. I would so live in that Marauder. My best friend is moving to another city for school, though. He's going to be living alone. It's not far, though, only a €4 train trip away. To be honest, my GF lives further away. She lives in the middle of nowhere on a farm, but technically, same city. Still feels miles away. Oh, that's okay. Kind of scared to lose him, but at least my GF is coming to the same school with me, possibly the same classes as well. Yay! And, sweetie, you're not going to lose him. You're not. All it means is that there will be space to manage. There will be space between you to manage, and you will manage it. And with the technology that is out now, I mean, heck, you and I are we're in different parts of the world. And we didn't lose each other for 6 years and running. So, yeah, well, yeah, 6 years and running. It was built to be a woodwork shop for my mental health, but it spent more time as a bedroom than a wood shop. Oh, well, I hope you do get another wood shop for your mental health. Can feel you on that. It sucks when you can't just hang out on a whim. Yeah, I mean, it does. And being able to interact, being able to game together. I mean, this technology, like I said, I'm very certain that elves make my computer work. I am not techie. And if I can do this, you can do this. And but you're not going to lose. You're not going to lose. You're just going to be, it's not goodbye. It's till we meet again, whether that's live in person or virtually. And you can game together and hang out in worlds, but it's going to be okay. We couldn't really hang out on a whim before that, but it's harder to stay as close when we don't see at school. But at least he's still coming to theater practices, so that's at least 2 days a week, and he comes to the city on weekends for family and our friends. So yeah, you'll it'll just change, and change isn't a bad thing. And I mean, my dear, before you know it, you're going to be like, in college and doing all kinds of amazing things. One of my best friends lives in Oklahoma. I lived in Oklahoma once. We've only ever spent 7 days worth of time together in person, but we've been friends for 11 years. Yeah, I'm telling you, it's like, and then when you actually think how long you've known each other. But yes, I lived in Altus, Oklahoma, Altus Air Force Base. He's in the middle of his move, and his school starts on the 5th, while mine starts on the 13th. Ah, ours starts, hold on. I believe our school starts on the September 7th. And although last year they did a weird thing where they started it the Friday before, and so wait a minute. The When is Labor Day here in the States? Hold on. Labor Day 2026. Okay, so we can't start on the 7th because that's a holiday. So either we're starting on the 8th or no, September. So either we're starting on Tuesday the 8th or Friday the 4th, because I know last year they actually had a start on the Friday before Labor Day weekend. And it's like, why? Why would you do that? Why would you have school start the Friday before, because you're going straight into the weekend? Maybe let the kids dip their toes in. Oh, the 10th. J Stun Z coming in with the info. J Stun Z, my moderator supreme, the king of New York, the reigning monarch of Staten Island, and we will hear no argument to the opposite. And who is my OBJ Stun Zobi in all things. And Jay, there's something weird with my panel. It's saying I need to update some settings for the tip jar on my page. Hold on. Let's see. And it gives this weird little message. No, that's so anyway, yeah, it does this, it goes to that, and then you get this little message. You can't tip the streamer right now. The page owner needs to update their settings to receive tips. Please try again later or let them know. So I don't know what that is. I don't get it. I don't understand. Maybe you can help me. I don't know. He's got a tiny 32 square meter apartment, but he doesn't really need much since it's just him. Oh my gosh, tiny apart. Lately, I've been so into watching things. Where is your tipping from? Stream Elements, yeah. So it's in Stream Elements. Um, so I don't know. Do we even still do Stream Elements? I don't know. I don't know. Unpopular opinion, instead of college, the true application is getting an actual job and learning that specific career path through there. You know what? There are a lot more people who are going with that. His school starts earlier because he's going to vocational school. Yes, for lab stuff. And since he's first year, his start earlier, and I'm going to high school, not American high school, from the age of 6 to 18, just more school since I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, of course you do. Stream Elements website. Where is Stream Elements? Stream Elements. Like Stream Elements OBS? Stream Elements login. Okay, let's do Stream Elements. The ultimate streamer platform. Okay, so we click on that. Connect with Twitch. Here's the game password. Why is it not letting me? Oh, log in. Enter the code from your mobile phone. Ah, okay. Yes, remember the device. Where's the code? Oh. Let's see. It must be that one. Doo, doo, doo. See, so if you are having trouble with stuff, yes, sign my life away to authorize. Yes. Okay, update my details. Time zone. Time zone. Central British. Australian. US. I mean, there's all kinds of things they want you to do. Brazil, Central America, Central, Chile, Eastern, Falkland. So many time zones. Irish. Let's see. Western. Oh, Pacific. Yes. Standard Time, North America. Yes. Uh, Submit details. And now a part of Razor. So, do I want that? Hide screen. Oh my gosh, you're right. Wait a minute. I forgot I was on the East Coast. Hold on. Delete account, no. Do I accept the Razor account? Oh, yeah, because I just put the wrong page. Uh, I need to change. Okay, data report, dashboard. How do I change? See, now I've got to figure out how to change the thing. I'm so used to being Pacific. Streaming tool sponsorship. Put it back up. About loyalty, chat stats, profile page, activity feed, history, streaming tools. How do I fix the chat stats, activity feed, dashboard? How do I fix the time zone? See, this is why you don't leave me alone around computers. About revenue, sponsorships, streaming tools, desktop apps. I don't know how to change it. I click on, oh, my account. Okay, edit time zone. Eastern. Yes. Does Doc forget where she is? Yes, she does. Eastern North America. North America and, well, I guess that would be it. North America and Caribbean. Wait. Greenland time. European time. Wait, North America. Why does it keep going to that one? I don't get it. Hide it. I'll be up in a bit once I'm functioning. We can take care of it later. We can take care of it later. So we won't worry about it for now. And whatever. So, anyway, yes, technology evades me. I'm old. So, what were we talking about? I'm not sure. What were we talking about before that came up? I got to scroll back. Oh, about schools and stuff. And I think that it is, I mean, everything comes to an end at some point. Everything has reached its full life cycle, in my opinion. That whatever it is that we have in our life, even those things that we have in our life that we're very happy about, maybe it's the place we live, maybe it's the friends we have, maybe it's the relationship we have, maybe it's the job we have. At some point, that's going to come to an end. If I clean a vacuum, am I a vacuum cleaner? You're a Hoover. And, when we get those things that we want in that moment, that, we're happy. When I first moved into my cabin, and I just loved it. And I said, no, this is the place they carry me out feet first. I will live here the rest of my natural life. I will retire here. I'll go, walk the mile down to the main drag of the village. What didn't even qualify as a town, it technically qualified as a village, to the little coffee shop, and I'll sit and I'll read a paper, and then, walk around the woods, and I was fully prepared to spend the rest of my life there. 10 years later, it wasn't enough. It wasn't what I wanted anymore. And my time there ended, even though when it started, I never thought I would ever want anything else. And sometimes we do get into that where we honestly don't believe we could want anything more. And yet, more always happens. We end up wanting more because that's our nature. It's human nature. Even when we get exactly what we want, there's that part after it. You end up with the happily ever after, and you meet that perfect person, and you end up together, and you think, we're going to ride off into the sunset together, and it will literally be happily ever after. And we will have children, grandchildren, and great grandchildren, and everybody's going to come over for the holidays, and we'll have a great big table set up, and I will sit across the table from that one person, and both of us are old, and we still look at each other from across the table with all of our kids and grandkids, sitting down each side, and then we look at each other, and there's a glance that goes between us that it's like, yeah, this is good, to spend, the golden years just sitting on a porch watching the sun go down, holding hands, and celebrating that. And that's what I honestly believed when I got married. And that changed. That was no longer, it reached a point where it evolved into something else. And while it wasn't fun, it was not fun at all. It was growth. It was something that pushed me out of a world that had gotten too small for me. And quite honestly, we had to divorce in order to save our friendship, which there was friendship before. And I'm glad there's friendship after. And we talk occasionally. When we do, it's always very, very friendly. And we both ended up with the life we needed. And I'm very glad for that. But, the idea that as long as we can be able to hold the things that matter to us, but hold them gently, hold them like, you know what? I've got this now. And in this moment, because at some point, something better is going to come into our life, or something bigger is going to come into our life. And we may have to make choices. And that's okay. I can't wait for my grandbaby. I got 8 months to finish the open renovations and build another wall to create a big bedroom down there. Nice. You know, Doc, you smoking again? You giving us cosmic intellect right now. Oh, it's the mushroom matcha. I feel old today. It's 8:30 a.m. and I feel like it's 10 a.m. and I should be getting busy working. My wife is amazing as I am not the same man I was before my car crash. Yeah. And she still stands by me. That is wonderful. I mean, my husband and his family, there were three couples that were married over 80 years, 80. And yes, they came up in the time when, people got married in their teens. And a lot of longevity in his family. A lot of longevity in mine too. And yes, oh my gosh, I woke up at 6:30 this morning and it felt like it was like 9 o'clock because I'm so used to getting up at 3. And I was surprised because usually I'll wake up at 3 just because I'm used to it and then go back to sleep. I actually slept through and woke up at 6:30 and it was like, "Wait a minute, wait a minute." So, I think it was 6:30. But, when you have something that is shifting, and I think that there's a part of us mushroom tea. Yes, mushroom matcha with sugar-free coconut milk. Mm, tasty. It has just enough sweetness. Special mushrooms. The magic mushrooms. No, no magic mushrooms. It's like, whoa, the colors, the colors. And it's not a bad thing. Doc, I gotta ask, have you ever, have I ever what? There is, what is that game? What is that game? Never have I ever. How does that game work? I actually don't understand it. Hold on. I'm Googling never have I ever. Bravo needs bacon cheered with 30 bits. Happy Sunday. Can't wait to retire. Oh my gosh. I'm telling you, it is, first off, welcome in. Second, love that you bring in one of my favorite foods. And thank you. Happy Sunday to you too. And my retirement plan is I'm still wondering what marauder is. I mean, it's like, have you altered your perception of tyrant via natural substance? Okay. Um, I have done, or I've participated in indigenous medicine works, which have included a wide variety of natural substances, including the one that goes with that. They've always been in ceremony, and it is interesting. And and I have had altered perception from just breathing. It's this thing called a breath work, and there are specific breathing patterns that actually will almost simulate a medicine work and takes you into alternate forms of reality with this particular breathing pattern. And so but yeah. So but I like I said, my plan is that I drive for 10 years. And the thing is that my main reason for wanting to leave it at 10 years, and I mean, we've got many, many drivers who have been driving for anywhere. Let's see, our oldest driver now has been driving since 1979, which, hold on, I'm not thinking numbers off the top of my head right now. We'll just use the computer. Okay, 2026 minus 1979. Okay, so he's been driving the school bus for 47 years. We have many who have been driving for 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, and I see how they walk. And I see that, I mean, because, you're in the bus you're constantly, every time you hit a pothole or a bump, it's like, and it jams up the spine. And I look at people, I would like to do an ayahuasca retreat, very powerful, and just make sure that, and I will tell people this, when they have worked in a particular medicine way, first off, find people who really respect that. There are a lot of folks out there who are doing some very dangerous things. There was a whole bunch of people who ended up dying in a sweat lodge because, and this was some like $10,000 that people paid for this weekend. And they put them in a sweat lodge and they covered the sweat lodge with plastic. Now, it's like, excuse me, I'm paying $10,000 for a sweat lodge weekend. There had better be like, something that should be the sweat lodge, the mother of all sweat lodges, absolute luxury sweat lodge. But they had plastic over it. And the problem is that intensified the heat inside. They had way too many people in that lodge. There should never have been. I saw pictures of the lodge. There should never have been as many people as they crammed into that thing. And the plastic, as it's heated up, created off gassing. And I mean, people started keeling over in the lodge, and the person who was running it, like I said, I mean, and he was in like The Secret, and Oprah had talked to him, which it's like, you needed to do more research. And this guy, he left, because they were out in the middle, I think in Arizona somewhere, out in the middle of nowhere. And he was not, hadn't received no training for it. He did more rounds than anybody should have done, and people died because of it. And, they're looking for him, and he goes, "Oh, well, apparently he had a lecture that he needed to do." And so he left. And, it's like, dude, they should put you under the jail. But, people will go into things and, somebody is, they talk a good game, but, they're what is referred to as either a plastic shaman or a paper shaman. And those are the people that get people hurt. And, if you're going to go to a retreat that deals with that, or go to anywhere and participate in anything from a sweat lodge up to medicine works, make sure that there are certain things. It's like, okay, what is their aftercare? Are they just gonna, it's like, okay, here's the work, go out and try to drive? Do they help you process it, whatever the experience was? How supportive are they during it? Do they know what they're doing? And being able to have that security and that confidence in that person. Where did they receive their training? Who trained them? Because, this guy with the sweat lodge, he claimed that, oh, and, he was passed down the lodge from, these tribal leaders in Peru. And they found the tribe and they said, we have no idea who he is. He has never been a part of our tradition, ever. So he lied. And, people will lie if they see a financial advantage in it. So anybody who wants to explore that, make sure you do your homework. Make sure you know what their qualification is. Make them prove it to you that they should earn the trust you give them to do something like that. Teacher, do the math in your head. You won't have a calculator in your pocket. Little did they know. Exactly. Yes. Have to go with the dude that gives you this XP for free. Oh my goodness. What? That's always been my fear, is I also want to do a traditional peyote journey. Yeah. Plus they're in Peru. They have no jurisdiction in Arizona, and it really is the idea that these are such tremendously sacred things. And I have participated, I spent a month in Brazil in the Amazon, and we were, working in that way. And there's a sacredness to it. And those who use that to just try to milk money out of people who do not protect them. You know, it's a responsibility of the person who is leading that, who is holding that seat, to protect the body, the mind, and the spirit of the person going through it. And I assisted with sweat lodges and different types of works. I mean, breath works, and I don't even think that a lot of people are doing them anymore. Um, that's where, you don't have anything except for this breathing pattern. And the breathing pattern actually does pretty amazing stuff. And, it's like, think of it this way: the people that have these techniques were never millionaires, they were doing it all natural. Yeah. I mean, it's for some of the ceremonies that, you want, it's finding the organizations, contacting Native American Church, NAC. If there's a particular tradition, maybe it's a tradition out of Brazil, maybe it's Santo Daime. You can find, there are legitimate organizations that will help people go through that. It can be very, very tricky to hold that space and to be someone who really takes their responsibility seriously. And, I mean, you can start off with a sweat lodge. You can start off with, I want to find traditional healing ceremony and not so much the for-profit retreats. Yeah. And like I said, once you figure out the tradition, and then you go to the organizations that are a part of it, and get recommendations through that, and yeah, talk to people depending on where you are, and what are the you know sweat lodges near you. And like I said, for a sweat lodge, number one, is that person, do they have a lineage, or do they have the respect for it? Two, what are their safety measures? Do they ask health questions? Because there are certain people who should never go into a sweat lodge. For example, somebody who does not sweat, and there are people who literally do not sweat. They cannot sweat. Their bodies don't do it. And therefore, a sweat lodge would be tremendously dangerous for them. There are certain medications that can be adversely affected by a sudden increase in temperature, and that would have to be managed. Do they allow, women who are on their moon time into the lodge? Because traditionally, that is something that is considered separate on an energetic level. So, the idea that, you know, how do they picture taking care of that person? Do they just end the lodge and just send everybody home? Or do they take time to work with that person to, kind of bring them back down? Is there follow-up care that is available? It's like, my local VA does those. I've heard it's really good. All volunteers, may be a good place to look. Absolutely. And, and there are a lot of groups. There are groups for addiction that do sweat lodges as an aspect of balance and figuring out stuff, and it is an amazing modality, and traditional ceremonies and traditional healing methods. And I've been to a Sundance, which, for those who don't know, Sundance is a tremendously sacred ceremony where, I mean, the heart of it was that during the time, and I went to South Dakota, and I spent time on a Lakota reservation. And when they were placed on the reservation, the men who had previously, they hunted, they were warriors, they lost their purpose because suddenly they were put in this limited space and not given anything to do in order to maintain their honor. And severe depression. The reservation I went to, normally in Native tradition, at 50, you are considered an elder. They had to move it down to 45 because many men were not living that long. They were falling into despair, into addiction. And so the sun dance was created so that they could be able to feel that they are warriors again, that they are facing challenges, that they are sacrificing for their people. And, there are traditions around it that, regard, um, different ceremonies, where parts of the body, they endure pain, and it goes into this place of very, very spiritual, very, very sacred, and in its own way very beautiful, because it's these people who are reclaiming a part of themselves, reclaiming a part of their spirits. So, going through that, and things like, I would definitely suggest, if it is medically okay, for people to be able to participate in a sweat lodge, because there is something, I always came out lighter, feeling lighter. And if the person doing the sweat lodge is doing it correctly, they will allow, if someone has reached that point, they have like specific breaks in it, multiple breaks. And at that point, the doors are opened, fresh air comes in, everybody has a chance to drink water. In many traditions, in Choctaw family way, in there's different types of sweat lodges, especially for those who are newer to it. Now, if it's like one of the sweat lodges, one of the really hardcore, intense sweat lodges, they may not be as gentle. But if a person reaches that limit, they're allowed to leave the lodge, and their health, there's somebody outside who brings them out, who talks them through, because then people feel bad. It's like, oh, I couldn't do it, I'm weak. No, you're not. You are honored for the fact that you knew what was true for yourself in that moment. And it doesn't mean that maybe for another sweat lodge, you would make it through the whole thing. But, when people start saying things like, oh, you have to stay in, you have to stay in, you're weak if you don't. No, that's not what a sweat lodge is about. It's about a prayer, it's about getting real, it's about going back to the womb. And, didn't know Tip Battle was offline, just resubbed. Yes. Oh, wait a minute. You just resubbed? Oh my goodness, 25 bits. That is so cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, oh, we haven't danced. We need a dance for Marauder, for Bravo, and for Hippie Soul. So, Marauder! Hippie Souls! Beat Bravo needs bacon! Yes, yes, yes! Oh, oh my, Hippie! Oh my God, you're going crazy! What is this? Glue sniffer, hello, hello, sweetie, how are you? Oh my gosh, Hippie's, Hippie! Oh my goodness! Hippie's going crazy! Oh my gosh! This is crazy! What is happening? What is happening? Oh my gosh, thank you so much, my dear. Oh my gosh. It wouldn't let me send them in one go. Oh my gosh, thank you. Don't forget to check your PayPal. You've got mail. Okay, hold on. Let's things are happening. Too much is happening. Ah! Marauders just give it 100 bits. Oh my goodness. Maybe if I use my phone. Things are running amok. Calm down. You guys are throwing me off. Hold on. Where is it? Check PayPal. Notifications. Uh, let's see. Activity. Uh, uh. Oh my gosh. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh my goodness. It is just a crazy day. Y'all are losing your minds here. Thank you. Always glad to help. It's mayhem. It is mayhem. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Oh, y'all are the best. I mean, yes, ultimately, I would love to be a full-time streamer, and y'all are helping move me towards that. And yes, the support is absolutely wonderful. Hippie, are you streaming today? Is Doc, I lost my mind long before I found y'all. Oh my gosh, folks are losing their minds. Um, thank you, thank you, thank you. And it is, and the rising tide raises all ships, which is why I always tell people, if you are streaming, please talk about your stream in the chat. I know that there's a lot of streams. Yeah, I will be soon, just gonna go into the app and see you as last I got interrupted. Oh, and y'all definitely, go. I was setting up and then I see you. Oh, I see you too. Thank you so much. I mean, when we have an opportunity to help out and to support, and I mean, that's why it's like I got kind of mad at Twitch, the Twitch overlords, when they said, it's like, oh, well, you can't just, tell people to go, follow somebody else. It's like, why not? Why not? I mean, their big thing was that they felt it was preventing them, like people were making affiliate just because other people were referring them. And, it's like, well, what's wrong with that? I mean, ultimately, Twitch makes money off of like the ads and stuff. Oh, and your little emote. I love fall damage. And so I had to come drop those bits and support you. After all, you help us all so. It's only right we return the help. Oh, hippie. Thank you. And the thing is that honestly, I don't help you as much as you think. Maybe I remind you of something. I remind you of that thought in the back of your head, and hearing somebody else say it is helpful. But you're all the ones who are brave. You're the ones who, hear things and then you think about it. You don't lock it away. You realize, that amazing thing inside of you, and you follow it, and sometimes it's scary, and you're all tremendously brave. You face things every single day, and maybe there's other people who don't realize how brave it has to, you have to be just to be you every day and to take things on, and you do it with such kindness. you know doesn't Jeff Bezos like money? Why the companies? Yes, it's true. More people affiliated, the more Twitch makes. Exactly. Why is it that they don't want people to, say, hey, follow whole bunch of people, follow each other? Okay, now I'm going live. Play Skull and Bones today. Nice. 100% agree with Hippie Sauce. Oh, please, Doc, have a good one. You too. Marauder 420. Peace out. Peace out. Peace, y'all. Hydrate. Yes. I mean, it is. I am happy. It makes me so happy to be a part of your lives and your evolution in whatever way you let me. And I'm so proud of you for every single day stepping up and facing challenges and doing all that. And if in any way I help encourage that or help that to feel safe, I'm happy to do that. But you're the ones making the magic happen. You're the ones with the courage to open the door. You're the ones with the courage to walk into those dark places. And I am so proud of you, and I am just happy to sit on the other side, because we all have to go into the dark and stinky sometimes. And on the other side of it, there's an entire community here. I'm not alone in that. There's an entire community that is ready to stand up for you and is cheering you on the other side of that dark and stinky and saying, hey, we're here. We know you can do this. You've got this. We're here. And, just going live can be a challenge to people. Exactly. I'm going to go, peace out, Doc. Love to you and the crew. Oh, that is so wonderful. We make the content, but our viewers keep the motor turning. Exactly. I'll always help anyone who needs it anytime. And see, that to me is, because a lot of people say it's like, oh, there's all kind of violence, there's all this, there's arguing. And yeah, there's arguing, there's people who troll, there's all of that stuff. And I believe that this part, what Hippie Sauls represents, what, all of you who stream, all of you who share your crafts and your humor and your gaming skills and who create that safe space for people to come into and just hang out where have to they don't have to pretend that there's someone else. They don't even have to pretend that everything's okay. Because sometimes if somebody comes into a stream and all is not well in their kingdom, it's okay. It's okay to say, "You know what? I'm not doing too good today. I will, I can't get the motivation up to stream or I'm really feeling isolated." People come into streams that go, okay, hold on, time out. What's up? What's going on? Talk to us. It's okay. You're safe. And that was, I mean, honestly, the person who originally pushed for me to stream. And when I said, look, I can't stream, I don't play any game that well. And he said, Twitch doesn't need you to stream games, even though I do enjoy them. It said Twitch needed me to help people make it through, to help people feel okay, to give them a safe place where they can be encouraged and they can have compassion shown to them and they can talk about those things that are weighing on their bodies, their minds, and their spirits. That's what I was needed for, to be a safe place. And 6 years in, almost 6 years in, and I know with absolute certainty that this place, I may have been the one who first hit start stream, but all of you make this the place that people can come to and feel safe. Every single one of you. Because so many of you relate. Someone comes in and says they're going through something difficult. And, how many times have people immediately said, hey, I get it. I hear you. I've gone through something similar. Here's how I made it through. Here's what helped me. But you can do this. And it is about just knowing. And I know that every single one of you is not only an old wise person in training, you are a divine being having a human experience. And that is the hill I plant my flag on. Each and every one of you is a divine being having a human experience. And each experience you have, all of the things that you've overcome, which is 100%, because you're here. You've overcome every single thing that has gone in your way. And that's something to be proud of. And I'm proud of you. Because a lot of you don't even let anybody know how hard it is to be you sometime. And I'm very honored that when people come in here, it's okay for them to admit that they're not okay. That, oh, hey, Oreo, that it is, what? Come on. And deep conversation, the cat comes in the house. The cat comes in the room. What? Come on. You want to come up here? This is Oreo. Okay, here. You can. That's Oreo. And Oreo loves to come in and demand attention. He's a sweetheart. And the thing is that, he he kind of, well, first off, and see, okay, you see how he's staring, or now he's staring there. See, it's fascinating. Okay, he's staring at my TV because of the fact that usually when he comes in, now if you go to YouTube, they have videos that are designed for cats to watch. Okay? And he goes crazy. Okay, hold on, hold on. Hopefully, I will not get like nailed for this. We'll only do it for a minute, but I want you to see what happens when his cat videos come on. And okay. Yes, say hello, Oreo. But they have these videos that are designed for, cats to be entertained. If you have cats, oh my gosh, it is. So I'm just going to turn one on for just a couple of minutes and I'm going to show you. So it's videos of birds and squirrels. He loves this. He can hear the birds. Why aren't they coming onto the thing? Okay, there we go. And it's like, this is, if you have a cat, they love this. This is hours and hours that they do love that. And if I'm working on something, or if I'm, doing something on the computer and he jumps up here, it's like if I turn on one of his cat videos, or it's like at 4th of July, he was very upset. Peace, y'all. Yeah. He wanted to say hello. Yes. And okay, hold on, let's catch up. Anyway, really, really gotta go. Been live now for a minute. Peace, peace. Exactly. Don't feel judged. A listening ear always help. Your channel makes this platform so much better. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Bravo. 100% agree. Peace, y'all. I'm defo going now, even though I don't want to. Bye, kitty cat. Oreo, cute. Beautiful. Sensing the deep combo vibe. Yes. He wanted to say hello. OMG. Lol. Peace, y'all. Peace. And, and that's the thing, is that, like, during 4th of July, when people were, doing a lot of fireworks and stuff, and I mean, he was not a happy camper about that. I turned that on, and it was like he was able to be nice and calm. And I mean, he will literally sit here for like hours and just watch it. And, he just kind of gets involved in that. The cats outside my house were chill with the fireworks. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad. He was not a happy camper. The other two cats in the house didn't seem to do too bad, but for some reason he had reacted to it. And, he's also sort of new to the house. Even though I went out and petted him a bit, but they weren't even phased. See, and I think with cats that are, kind of like outdoor cats, they don't get as worried about it, because they hear loud noises and cars backfiring and all that stuff. But I'm glad they were okay. And I mean, quite honestly, when I first learned about this was back when I was living in the woods in the cabin. And those of you who remember my cat Luna, and she was stressed out about something, and so, and she was constantly demanding my attention. I was trying to work on something, so I found the video, and I worked, I was working and she was watching it. Well, then after a while I start watching it, and it's like, wow, this is very peaceful. Which is another thing, cat videos are, because it's like birds, it's squirrels. And it's amazing. You can sit and watch it. And it was like me and Luna were both sitting there staring at the screen going, wow, that's very peaceful. Even though I went out, but though, yeah. So, being able to, just find those little bits of peace. Sometimes it's watching a cat video of quiet, and it's like you can close your eyes and you listen to the sound of the birds, And I used to, listen to the sound of, and there's all kinds of sound things. Oh, what was it? There was this one website that had like a whole bunch of different type of sound effects. Maybe it was the rain, maybe it was a busy cafe, maybe it was the sound of whales, and and it's like, or the wind blowing through the trees. What was the name of that website? Oh my gosh, I cannot remember. I will remember, and I'll research that. I used to listen to it years ago. Oh, and then there was one that had like sound effects from the Harry Potter houses, the Hogwarts houses. And so it's like, oh, what was it? Sound effect. Uh let's see. I can't I will find it. I will look at in some of my old files. But there would be like, you know, see, that bothers me that I can't remember what the name of that is, but I'm old. We lose things. But arr, that's going to frustrate me. And I heard about it first through, actually there was a video gamer who would use that. He said that, when he was editing stuff, he would use that as his background. Um I will find it. I will find it and I will post it on Discord. I can't think of it right now. And I know it's like have you ever had a situation where it's like you want to remember something and it's right on the edge of your brain? It's like when you're trying to remember a song, and you can almost, it's like, there's like one or two lines in the song, and now you can just put those one or two lines in, and you know, let's see. Background. Okay, background. Sounds. Let's see. Ambient, nature and ambient. Uh I don't see it. And I mean, I don't even know. It's been a lot of years. Maybe it's not even still existing. So, oh my goodness gracious, great balls of fire coming in with the southbound end of a northbound unicorn, and it's raining beans. Hallelujah. Kimmy Beans art coming in. And it is so wonderful to see you, my dear. How are you? How are you doing? How are you recovering? It was so great that, you got that really good doctor report. But I hope you're not pushing it. Remember, you will always feel better before you are better. That's a thing. So, but yes. I hope that you are doing well. I hope that, your healing process is, you know, being very sweet to you. And how are you doing? And also, we haven't checked. Let's just make sure that we haven't missed anything in the Discord. Oh my gosh. Ah. Now it's funny because when Oreo is it's like if something comes like right near the edge, he'll put up his paw, and like if it runs off just in the video, he will, he'll think maybe he got it. But yeah, I mean, my guess is it's sort of similar to if he were next to a window. So if he were next to a window, he'd be looking out. But yeah, he just loves that. He really enjoys that. I'm okay, just woke up. How are you? I'm doing awesome and even a little better now that you're here. So, the idea that being able to, and that was something, somebody once asked me, it's like, well, how would you like to have, be one of those streams that, has like 1,000 people in the chat and all of that stuff, which I mean would be cool, and I've actually had that when, George Clarkey, who is an amazing, wonderful, delightful streamer who is out of the UK, who hasn't actually streamed that much recently. And he was in a big dance competition, like the UK version of, the dance things where you have couples and, they the more there is like an experienced dancer will be matched with an inexperienced one, and they teach them start screaming due to a PTSD flashback 1 hour love train. Yes, yes, trauma. So he came in with like 1,000 people, which was amazing because I had never even heard of him, and the fact that he kind of found me. But he's an absolute delight. Hi, Marauder. So but it was amazing. But honestly, um I think that it would be, oh, second cat. Who's that? Oh, that's Bella. Bella, don't run out. Okay, I gotta run. Have a great day. You too, Bravo. You take care. And we will be adding to the PB&J list because we at least one of those things is going to be PB&J and bacon in honor of you. It is. I don't know, because then I don't know if I'd be able to speak to people. And I like being able to have a situation where, I mean, yes, I would love to be able to have this be a full-time job. And I know that would mean like a few more people in the chat and, and all of that stuff. And I do like the fact that, I wouldn't want it to get to the point where there were so many people that I couldn't hear them. I couldn't, I like saying what people are posting in. Big streamers have a chat that's just noise. Yeah. I stuck a pic in animal selfies. Yes, showing off my fuzzy nurse. The device is my companion 4 hours a day. In. Okay, we've got selfies. Oh my goodness. Look. Oh my goodness, that looks like just one of our black cats. But yeah, having, a kitty with you, because our kitties know when we need a little bit of extra support, a little bit more cuddles. The best kind of nurse, the absolutely best nurse. I mean, and I've been watching shows that talk about cats, and one of the most interesting things that I have discovered is that cats actually, it's like, we have pheromones. Pheromones are kind of this invisible hormone that gets released into the air, and animals and people can actually detect it. And it's like, they say pheromones for making someone seem more attractive or whatever. But our cats can pick up, like, if you come in to your house and your energy is down, you've had a really hard day, a cat will respond to that. Well, hello. A cat will respond to that, and they pick up on our moods. They pick up on our state of mind, and they will kind of come in and say, "Hey, are you okay? You're my person. Are you okay? Because I'm not thinking you're okay." But that is so sweet. Oh my gosh. That is so sweet. And it really is cool when we can have those kind of relationships. He's been at my feet or by me since I got home. Yeah. And they know it. I mean, my dog Sam, he used to be right by me. And the fact that is, and cats have this, like, they can actually smell through their mouths. They have a like something that detects subtle chemical changes on the inside of their mouths. And, sometimes when we think they're just yawning, they're actually activating that and picking up on subtle differences, which is why, like, people who use scented cat litter and they find that their cat is pooping outside of the box, it's like they don't like that scent. And people who, have like scented candles or room fresheners, cats may not respond real well to those. It may aggravate them or it may upset them because it's like, what is that? What is that? Because their sense of smell and their sense of hearing are just worlds above what ours are. The harness uses an electromagnetic field to promote quicker bone growth. Nice. Nice. I mean, technology is absolutely amazing. It is, I mean, just the stuff that has come up in, the last decade, the last 10, 20 years. Back in the day when a knee replacement meant like a 6 to 8 inch scar that went down the side of the knee. And now we've got stuff that's done arthroscopically. It really is amazing. And the fact that, we still have that wonderful human animal bond. Where are you going? Oh, you're getting back up there. Okay. He's back up. And usually it's like I'll move, the ottoman that Arby's sitting on. I usually move that over and so, he'll climb up on that and then climb up. The scar looks amazing too. I'd be willing to bet it does. I mean, just from the pictures you showed at first, that was some top tier suturing. And you could see, because even after as long as your surgery was, and, that was a really long surgery. And, there are some times when the doctors is like, okay, let's just sew them up. You can tell that that doctor took that extra amount of time to really make it even and to make sure that it's like seals really good. I mean, there might be like a hairline scar that people will really have to look for once the inflammation goes down. And that can take a while. It can take like up to a year for all of the inflammation to go down. But the scar, oh, something incredible is happening. We love to hear incredible. What is incredible? We like incredible. Yay! I can't wait to see this. And if there's anything else incredible happening for any of the rest of you, please, please. So, okay, I have diabetes. Okay. But do 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 boom boom. Jeopardy theme. It's wonderful. And there's a part of my brain that is still trying to remember the name of that website for the sounds. My blood sugars are starting to level out without insulin. Yes! Oh my gosh. Oh, that is so amazing, sweetie. I am so proud of you. That is so cool. I mean, this entire process is going to give you a quality of life that is just amazing. Absolutely. And I'm just so happy for you. It is you 2026 is going to be, I think my neck being broke made the diabetes hit. You know what? It is amazing how the body responds to trauma, and it can be on a lot of different levels. And you know, much love, because and people don't automatically really get what it is that it takes for the body to be able to, come back into a place of balance. And, see, I thought maybe I had that sound website in my bookmarks, but I do not. Do I? Do I not? Uh, no, no, no. I can't believe that and I am. It's so irritating to not be able to remember something. And okay. I will let it go. And see, probably once I stop trying to force myself to remember, all of a sudden it'll pop back into my head. And it is. It's like restoring balance goes all the way through the body. And I think that this is going to be 2026, the end of 2026 is going to be such an amazing time for you. And you deserve it. You deserve an amazing time. You deserve to have your quality of life improved because you have earned it. You have worked toward it. You have fought for it. So, yeah. More matcha. Matcha and mushroom. Whoop. End of that. I have more. I actually made two, not one, but two iced mushroom matchas. I ate a whole bag of popcorn last night just to stay above 70 after 50 units of 5 times concentrated insulin. I was up over 100 units a shot when you first met me. Oh man. I mean, and we've been talking about how long I've been streaming this October, October 17th. I will have been streaming for 6 years, which is crazy to me. And thinking about how long I've known some of you. Yippee Sauls! Thanks for being a rock. I'm out. Peace out and cams on and live. Yes! Peace, Doc. Peace, my dear hippie Sauls. See, whenever I think of you, I think of a tie-dyed shirt and a Volkswagen bug painted with flowers. Oh my gosh, twas the year, twas the season. But it's like tie-dyed shirt and a Volkswagen with flowers painted on it. That was the thing. Hold on. Let's see. 60s Volkswagen bug with flowers. Okay, let's see. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Yes. Yes. Hippie Sauls. This is what I think about whenever I see your name. And it's got the eyes. Yes. Another thing that was like you could get like a big turnkey, like a big toy turnkey, and people would hook that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. I always wanted a Volkswagen because of this. Oh my goodness. That was the hippie thing. Okay, a lot of pictures. Ooh, look at that one. But yes, the old Volkswagen. Herbie! Yes, Herbie the love bug. Oh my gosh. I mean, being someone who grew up in the 60s, I was a child of the 60s and a teenager in the 70s, young adult in the 80s. It was an amazing time. There was a lot of contention. There was a lot of, there was a lot of challenge. There was a lot of, just Grr. People with different ideas about things were just yelling at each other. And there was a lot, there was war going on. There was all kinds of stuff. But it was still an amazing time as I look back on it, because when I was living it, we didn't think the 60s were a big deal in the 60s. It was just, well, it's just how it is. That was our life. We didn't, it's like, oh, it must have been great to, grow up in the 60s, which, in some ways it was. But at the time, we didn't think of it as good, bad, or otherwise. It was just what we lived on a daily basis. Oh, there's a doorbell. But, those of you who, you will one day, those of you who grew up in the 90s and, when they talk about, like the early 2000s. Hold on. There's someone repeatedly ringing the doorbell. Hold on. Okay, Arby, take over. Be right back. Okay. Thank you, Arby. Jay's handling it. Oh my goodness. I'm sure he'll let me know what that was. But thank you, Arby. Arby is always ready to. Oh, hey. Hey, Oreo. So yes, okay, let's catch up. Arby, what's going on, my guy? Hope Doug is treating you right. He always complains. Arby does a hypnotoad stare. Yes, okay. I had somebody say it's like he's staring into my soul. And hello, Oreo. Hi there. And X Cherry Demon TTV. Hello, hello, hello. We will obey. Yes, Arby is the Hypnotoad. Anyway, so, it's always weird when it's like, okay, if somebody rings once, it's like, okay, maybe it's a delivery. But then when they ring repeatedly, and apparently the conversation is still going on. But hey, um, and it is that, that thing where it's like, okay, you're coming to houses, and it's so weird. I always find it so weird. I mean, short of like delivery people, I mean, because it used to be, okay, when I was growing up, you would have like, there was the Fuller brush man, the door to door salesman. Do they even have door to door salesmen anymore? Because back in the day, you got ask your grandparents about this. There'd be people selling vacuum cleaners. There would be people. My parents bought a set of encyclopedias, which, back then. Oh my gosh, hold on, let's Google encyclopedia sets from the 60s. Encyclopedia sets from the 60s. They had, and the whole thing that they would say would be, oh well, if your kids had these, oh my gosh, we had these, the golden book encyclopedias, and then there was the world book. Oh, there it is, there it is. Okay, this was in every school. We had the World Book encyclopedias, and they were basically like, outdated by at least 20 years by the time we got. Ooh, we had the young people science encyclopedias. My parents were very into it. And that was the thing. They would convince people that, oh, well, your kids, unless they have an encyclopedia set in their home, they wouldn't go to college. There was a lot of pressure. Colliers, yes, these were mostly, but the World Book that was in the school libraries. But, we were told, or our parents were told, that if there wasn't a set of encyclopedias in your house, and the thing is, the Encyclopedia Britannica, okay, anybody remember the Encyclopedia Britannica? But, the idea, gateway to great books. Oh my gosh. So, there was that intimidation. It's like, well, your neighbor bought encyclopedias for their kids, so they're going to get that college spot. They're going to achieve where your kids aren't unless your kids can compete with them by buying our encyclopedias. And it was amazing how many people actually fell for that. I mean, because, you put it that, well, if you don't spend the money for this, your kids are, they're going to be a step behind everybody else. And the thing is, door-to-door salesmen are scammers. Now you can trust. I wish I had old school encyclopedia. They had real knowledge. They did. Unfortunately, they were out of date almost immediately. And now where, you want to know what the main export from Argentina is, you can just Google it and you find out what the main export is right now. I mean, populations and, because it's like, this month, high five, if you've ever had to do a report like on a country for school, and, because back in the day, that's what Argentina was mine. I was assigned Argentina when I was in fourth grade, and so and you had to get to the library, because if somebody else took the section that you needed, you had to wait till they were finished with it, because that was in the resource section, and nobody got to take home the books for the resource section. So we had to go in. They didn't even let us use like, they didn't copy anything. And so we had to go in and make actual written notes. Out of date information is also being erased with modern digital knowledge. Yes, things like tartan, herbal natural sciences. Yeah, I mean, because everything's change, and the information, and now, where the only time we got information about any other place in the world was in the morning newspaper, the evening newspaper, um, Life magazine, National Geographic's magazine. We had the evening news, and that was our only ability to know what was going on anywhere else. And, occasionally there'd be articles in TV Guide. But it was like, Life magazine. That was something that, it mainly focused on America. But, you'd sometimes get stuff, and later on, Time magazine. And we had, but yeah, National Geographics, which was the thing that young men in the 60s, you went for the National Geographics because there was always that slight chance they might show you people and tribes from Africa, and the women didn't have tops on. That was the thing. When did Okay, hold on. Time magazine. When did Time magazine start? Time magazine uh first issue. When was the first issue? Oh, okay. So Time was around since the 1920s, and published. by Britton Hayden and Henry Luce. Now that was to 1967. But, I mean, movies. Yes. It was National Geographic's was it's like, "Oh my god, think about pictures of women with no tops on." So, that was interesting. Um, TV Guide. That was the magazine. That was the single most popular magazine because it was in every household, and we may have only had 3 or 4 channels, but the old TV Guide. Fist bump, high five if you remember the old TV Guide. Cheers and Jeers, which was a review section, and there was always like the fall premiere because okay, back in those days, and you can ask your grandparents about this, you would, TV series would have a season, and fall was when a lot of the new TV shows came out. And it was also when the new cartoons came out. You had the fall preview. And that was, oh my gosh, hold on. Fall preview TV guide 60s. It was you would have, oh my gosh, here it is. Here it is. So the fall preview, 1964 to 1965 shows, you would get the TV guide, and there would be like a little, you know, maybe 15-minute type of thing. And it would be one big show that would preview several stuff. Oh my gosh. Yes. This was the old TV guide. Boys earn extra cash after school. Sell TV guides. You can enjoy tight natural fit for false teeth. Oh my God, the Loretta Young show. Oh my goodness. I mean, this was our world. This was, the fall preview. And now there are people who have saved like, TV series and TV shows. Oh my goodness. Yep. Oh, I Dream of Jeannie. Get Smart. Oh my goodness. Wackiest Ship in the Army. Ephraim Zimbalist Jr. Very serious. Oh, see, there we go. Every, we would, I mean, and the thing was, okay, when the TV guide came, the TV guide always came on Wednesday, in my house. The TV guide would show up on Wednesday. My father had to get the TV guide first. And it was a big deal what shows ended up on, who ended up on the cover of TV guides. But oh my goodness. Yep. Oh my God, some of these shows I remember. The Lloyd Bridges show, Combat. Here's Eddie. See, and it was our evening, news and weather, news, cartoon time. There was late cartoon time. Wagon Train. Oh, I remember Wagon Train. Ozzie and Harriet, Price is Right. It is so yes, this was a generation of, when, we would find out what it is that was going on in the world, and new shows and variety shows. And, it was, that was our world. TV was for the evenings and Saturday morning and Sunday afternoon. And that was it, and there was an actual end to the viewing day, which after the 11 o'clock news, which, we were never up for, that was a grown up thing. The grown ups stayed up to watch the 11 o'clock news. And then the viewing day ended at midnight. And they would play the Star Spangled Banner. And, you know, the flag would show, and then the TV, there was no transmission, and it would just be snow, or it would be a test pattern. Um, what was the test pattern? TV test pattern. TV test pattern 60s. So, it would be suddenly the TV would just show this, and it would be this until morning. Sometimes it was once color TV came out, and when we lived in Oklahoma, we were the first family on the block to have a color TV. Something like this. I don't know why they always had an Indian on it. Uh, but it was this is what TV looked like from midnight to like 6 in the morning. And the idea of, once it was like in the 70s, I remember they started doing, um, there was this one channel, and they would do something called Movies Till Dawn. And it was so crazy because it was the first channel that actually, they would play movies on the channel, and you would, oh, what was it? Was it channel 2? I think it was channel 2, or was it 36? Anyway, but they would actually play movies until morning. And it was such a crazy thing to us. It's like, whoa, the TV is going to run something until morning? And oh, what was it? Dialing for Dollars was a game show that also ran movies, but you would have like, um a number would come up. They had this big spinning wheel, and they do a number, and then you would have to dial a special phone number, which of course was a toll call. And if you got in and you said what that number was, then you won money. Oh my gosh, I haven't thought about dialing for dollars in a long time. Oh, it was, yes, talk to old people about what television used to be. And but our world was a lot different. Our world was significantly smaller. Our world was more, I won't say censored, even though technically that would probably be the best word for it. Um, shall we say it was orchestrated, or it was, it was created with a particular thing in mind, with whatever the current thought was, or whatever was going on. It was, oh, the it was just figured out for us. It was orchestrated. And because I mean, we if we found out something in the morning newspaper, that was when we found out about it. If it was a really big deal, the biggest deal was Watergate. Watergate was a very big deal because it was the first time most of us really knew about like a president doing something wrong. And because it was like that was not our world. Our world, we had a very specific thing that we were shown about the leadership of the nation. And Watergate was like the first big time that it's like, wait a minute, they did something wrong. And it was earth-shattering. Well, it was earth-shattering for us because it canceled out all of the all of the regular TV shows. It's like, I can't watch Flipper because, there's this group of men in a courtroom, and they're talking, and it's government and all of that. But that was really the first time that, we as the public got to actually watch something going on live. I miss the smell of newspapers. Oh my goodness. I mean, and newspapers, you wrapped fish in newspapers, newspaper, you would gift wrap. Oh my gosh. I knew my older brother, and I knew some other people who did this when the Sunday paper came in. Now, the Sunday paper, that was the big deal. That was, you had the comics, which was our thing. That was where the want ads were. That was, you got, anybody who remembers Sunday papers. I miss the fact that TV went to static at a certain time. Yeah. I mean, it was like the end of the viewing day, but we had the comics. I mean, and there's a part of me that would love to have, I mean, I don't even know if you can get a newspaper subscription anymore, but the Sunday comics, and that was something, and that's like when I retire, I want to get a Sunday paper, because it wasn't just about reading it. It's like, we'd go to church early, stop off. If we were good, we got donuts, and then we could come home, and then, we could open up, and there were four of us kids. So, and there was one big page and then two single, like, big pages. It was like a double page and single pages. So there was enough for each of us to get one, and we'd read that one, and then when everybody was done, we'd switch. Oh my gosh. And then that little magazine that came with the Sunday paper was called Parade. And what is it? Parade magazine. 60s. Yeah, it was Parade was a magazine that came in. Oh, wait a minute. That's not the Parade I knew. Sunday. I think, oh, there was like a more adult thing. Sunday. Parade was a magazine that was like social stuff, TV Star Parade. The Beatles were in the Parade magazine, but it was a part of a Sunday paper. Let's see. Julie Christie, hottest property in show business. Oh, Letters Full of Hate, the rising tide of crackpot mail. Oh, the early version of, you know, oh my gosh, Elvis. How much does a 12-year-old know? Now wives can retire. Yeah. Elvis Presley, he's fighting to stay on top. This was in the 60s. And it is read about the first British train murderer. So, this was something that was part of our world back then. And nowadays, people just sit and they pull up their phones, and they can get information from everywhere. And there was something that was very peaceful. My dad would be, reading the main section of the newspaper, and my mom would be clipping coupons, and looking at the some of the things that were going on. There was like advice columns, Dear Abby and Ann Landers, and there was the crossword puzzles. Everybody wanted the crossword puzzles. And then there was a separate TV guide that was in the Sunday paper. It's not just reading. That was our frying paper. Yes, when we fried chicken or whatever and used it to soak up the oil. It was paper mache. It was packing material when you wanted to safeguard glass. Newspapers are gone mostly, and now we use parchment for draining and such. Exactly. Oh my gosh. When they'd have a crawfish boil, they would cover a table with newspapers and then shake out the crawfish. And oh my gosh, yep, it was used to soak up oil. Book covers, even. Yes. Yes. Oh my gosh. Newspaper book covers. I mean, I am like, let's see, newspaper vintage, because of course, book covers from 50s and 60s. Images. You would, oh my gosh, Jack and Jill. You've got to be an older one to remember Jack and Jill, because they had specific magazines that were designed for kids, Jack and Jill. And you would cover books in, it's like, oh, school, maybe I should put school books, vintage newspaper school book covers. Yes. School Friend, The Sugar Creek Gang, Pets, Weekly Reader. I remember Weekly Reader. And, you would, now the main thing we would cover our books in would be paper bags. We used brown paper bags. Brown paper bag. Oh my gosh, yes, yes. How many remember this, when you would fold the paper bag and it would go around your book, and then you could draw on it? Rock and Roll Forever. Math, room 147. It allowed us to be creative, but yeah, this was how we protected our books back in the day. Oh my gosh, Jack and Jill. You remember Jack and Jill? Yes. Even in the UK, they now print newspaper looks into parchment. Really? Let's see. That's something the world could use more of. Taking time once a week to genuinely slow down, take stock in things, and enjoy the little things. Dr. Haiku, ding, ding, ding. Put that over an inspiring thought. It was news. My favorite magazine covers were National Geographic. Oh, we were talking about National Geographics earlier. They had so many amazing photos. Thinking back to all the cool nature and science. Yep. And the occasional, here's an African tribe and the women don't have tops on. Movies. But yeah, I mean, because Sunday morning was that thing. It was that time. We should be stopping to smell all the flowers, not just the roses. Exactly. And talk to them while you're doing that. But the idea that, and overall it was, and it really didn't matter, what faith anybody followed or whatever. Sundays back in those days were considered that day for family. It was considered the day for, you'd have get-togethers in the summer. There would be barbecues and there would be family dinners. And it was about reading the paper, and my dad would be sitting in his Barca lounger, and he'd read something and then he'd tell us about it. And he'd say, hey, this is what's going on in the world, this is going on and this is going on. And we'd look up at him like, I'm just reading Dick Tracy, and it's like, I'm what was it? What was it? Andy, the oh, Raggedy Ann and Raggedy Andy. And stuff like that. And our world was like, oh, we read the comic books. We read the, our it was, the comics page. And then, sometimes we'd read Parade. But, as far as the serious news, and I mean, the Sunday paper was like, what was it? Sunday paper, 60s. Sunday paper from the 60s. It was like, folded over, it was at least this thick. I kid you not. And, it was always, let's see. It was like section after section after section I was gonna try to see if I could find like how thick it was because the Sunday paper had everything. The Sunday paper, oh God, I can't find one that shows like actually how much paper was involved in it. But, because like the regular papers were like this. But if any of you remember what it was like, when that sun and you had to tip your paper, mostly it was boys or, teenage boys, and they had to haul. My brothers had paper routes for a very limited time. And as soon as Sunday hit, it's like, no, this is not worth the money. Let's see. I sure do when I'm bodily able. Yes, I will not only take pictures of plants, I'd sniff and touch and sometimes eat flowers. I'm the kind of person that will eat the wild berries if I recognize them. Yes. Well, and the world has changed a lot, but we all have little things we can appreciate. Morning coffee with a good book, time with pets or family, or brunch with friends, or going for a morning workout, swim, or just dip in the hot tub. Everyone has things they can slow down and enjoy. Please put that in inspiring thoughts because I mean that really comes down to it. And Kimmy Beans, by you taking those pictures, it's like reminding people what those quiet moments are. In our house, it was, I mean, and most of the time the TV wasn't even on. And think of how many, households where basically the TV is on all the time. And, there were definite times when the TV was on and definite times when it was not. And, there were shows that, we could watch, especially on the weekends or like during summer vacation. We could watch some of those shows, but then it's like, okay, TV's off, we're all going to read or we're all going to listen to records, and we would have like the little old record player and we'd sit and we'd listen to records while we read. But, and I think that that is something that we could use a little bit more of is, those quiet moments one day a week where, people would just get family together and they would, there was the usually it's like family dinners where, everybody came from, wherever they were at, and they'd meet at either the parents' house or the grandparents' house, and maybe some people brought casseroles. Jello molds. Yes, jello molds. We did have those. And I know the jello molds grossed everybody out. Y'all do not understand the value of a SpaghettiOs jello mold with Vienna sausages in it. It looks worse than it tastes. It actually didn't taste bad, but it represented like that quiet time. It represented Big Bruce. Big Bruce in the house. Good afternoon, Doc. Good afternoon, Big Bruce. We were talking about nostalgia and the nostalgia of things like when the old TV guide would appear and people would have like special holders that would sit on the edge of the Barcalounger. And Barcalounger is like a big lazy boy recliner, but we called them Barcaloungers. And my dad would sit in one and he would have, let's see, do they have any like, oh, vintage TV guide holders? And they would, okay, we'll even say, so you would have like images, and it would be near like the chair that belonged to the the main person. Oh my gosh, do they have a let's see, holders for rig, and that's the thing when you're searching for something, or the old ones, oh my gosh, and it's like retro, everything was retro. Oh, I can't find it. So it's like, well, this was like the Barcalounger or the recliner. And that was dad's it was dad's recliner. And okay, these are things for remotes. Okay, so they call them armrest. Okay, this is TV guide armrest. Okay, that one's got all the remotes. I mean, we didn't have remotes. We had, my dad said he never needed a remote because it was like, go turn the channel. Okay, turn it again. He had 4 kids. Uh, let's see. Did they have? They had old ones, and it would be like a duck. For some reason, ducks were very popular. Uh, TV guide. Do they have one that has the duck on it? Yes! Oh my God! So this was you'd have like this little duck that would sit on top of the armrest, and that little pocket was where the see, I just needed to add duck. Yep. And you would sit this on top of the armrest, and then you'd put your TV guide in here. Let's see. Lies, Doc. Your dad had at least one remote. My dad had 4 remotes. It's like, and okay, anybody who remembers the oh God, the rabbit ears, rabbit ears for TV 60s. Okay, so these were on top of the TV, and if something went off, then you had to go and adjust them so the signal would come in good on the TV. And it was funny because like almost everybody that I knew had like a little bit of aluminum foil. You'd put like a little bit of aluminum foil on it, and oh my gosh. And then you had the aerial on the rooftop. Yes! Yes! Tinfoil! Tinfoil on rabbit ears! Oh my gosh! That was how we improved the signal. Let's see. Bruce and I talk all the times about how much better the world was before the internet was accessible to the masses. You know what? It was definitely calmer. I grew up hating Sundays. I grew up in a very religious. Oh, okay. And as a kid, Sundays just felt like the kid version of work. But now that I'm an adult, I make it a point to make time for myself. It's precious and important for my own mental health maintenance. And that's important to remember. Anything worth having takes maintenance. Pop that over in inspiring thoughts. Grandpa from the movie The Lost Boys and his TV guide rules. Yes. My father, if he found so much, because when the TV guide came, it was pristine. And as soon as you opened it all the way, there would be like this little crack along the back seam. If my dad found that crack, he wanted to know who got to the TV guide before he did. You don't need a TV if you have a TV guide. Yes. Okay, I'm back. I was at church. Yes. But I mean, putting tinfoil on oh my gosh, what was it? Oh, I can't even. Okay, so it's like they had the guys who came and sold vacuum cleaners to housewives because the housewives were already always at home. Oh my gosh. Oh, rabbit ears. Oh my goodness. Sabbath is let's see, ads is back. Sabbath is for the man, not man for the Sabbath. Yeah. Sundays were horrible due to the no Sunday morning cartoons. When we got our first VCR, we would record Saturday morning cartoons and then watch them the following week Sunday. We got David and Goliath. Any of you remember David and Goliath? Um Sherry Lewis and Lamb Chop were on Sunday mornings. But then Sunday mornings were also for um like the cowboy shows, High Chaparral, And Bonanza didn't go on Sundays. Bonanza was weekdays. But oh, The Rifleman was on Sundays, and then we would watch like British shows. Sundays was for British shows. My mom liked those. The Saint and oh my gosh, the one with what was the one with Mrs. Peel? Uh TV series with Mrs. Peel. What was it? The Avengers. The Avengers. Yes. Let's see. Gunsmoke. Gunsmoke. Mr. Dillon, Mr. Dillon. We had 3 channels, and one would be church, French, and news. Yep. We had let's see, Emma Peel. Yes. And we for a while we lived in my in-laws' house. After my father-in-law passed away, my mother-in-law asked us to move in. And they had, let's see, hold on. Rooftop aerial for TV. Okay, so you had oh wait a minute, let's put 60s. Okay, so there would be an aerial up on top of the roof. Let's see if we had some of the oh, this one, I think this was like the one that was on top of our house. And so you would have that up there, and after a windstorm or rain, my dad would go up on the roof, and it was like this little fire brigade type of thing because, he'd move it, and it's like, okay, is that better? And, it's like, my older sister would be at the top of no, my older brother would be at the top of the ladder. Uh, I would be at the bottom of the ladder. My younger brother would be near the window to the living room, and my sister would be in the living room because she had that fine artistic viewpoint. And it would be like, it's like, okay, it's less fuzzy. Okay, it's less fuzzy. Okay, it's less fuzzy. It's like, oh, what about now? It's better. It's better. It's better. Oh, if you had a rooftop aerial, you were at some point you were going to be on the roof adjusting stuff. But, it was what everybody had to do. And the idea that this was all normal to us, it's like, oh, okay. Did you have a remote rotor? My uncle had one. Just turn the knob inside and adjust the aerial. Oh no, we didn't have anything fancy like that. Let's see. Saturday night on PBS, I watched all sorts of shows like Doctor Who. Oh my gosh. Doctor Who was actually Sunday evening for us. And then after Doctor Who, we would watch Monty Python's Flying Circus. And before Doctor Who, my mom would watch when we actually got 2 televisions. That was a big deal when we got 2 televisions because one was in the family room and then one was in the living room. And once we got 2 televisions, which was again, big deal. My mom would watch her British television shows on one of the other ones. So we would watch like Keeping Up Appearances and No Honestly, Butterflies, To the Manor Born, Vicar of Dibley. And so we would watch those with my mom. And then afterwards, we could watch Monty Python's Flying Circus, at least until the one episode where my mother saw that there was a woman who showed boobs. And then we didn't get to watch that anymore. It's like, I had one of those and we had a huge long pole to adjust it. It would also do that to get the 4th channel. Yes. Are You Being Served? Oh my God, my mom loved Are You Being Served with, Mrs. Slocum, and she always is like, oh, my pussy is this and my pussy is that. And it's like really great. And I just thought the characters were so fun. Analog clocks without the numbers or Roman numerals, having to read those. Now you just look at your phone. Waiting to Die was another great show. Yes. And oh, what was the one with Judy Dench? Well, actually, she was in a few of them. As Time Goes By. And then Sunday night wasn't even Sunday night until we went to bed listening to Dr. Demento on the radio, who recently retired after 50 years doing the Dr. Demento, Dr. Demento, Dr. Demento, Dr. Demento, woo, woo, woo. Let's see, all the way through high school and in the early 2000s, my parents had an analog antenna on the house. I don't think they ever went to cable, just switched from an analog to TV to Netflix once it was a thing. Also, they did have one of those giant satellite dishes. Yes. In the States, did you get, you can't do that on television? I remember that. The adult humor was great. It was deemed a children teen show. I remember that. I pray for his long retirement. Oh my gosh, Dr. Demento was absolutely amazing. I mean, that was how we found out about Weird Al Yankovic and, My Bologna. That was the first thing we ever heard. And Weird Al recorded it in a bathroom and he sang My Bologna and damn neighbors. Were you speaking with a neighbor that whole time? That is crazy. Let's see. It was, Demon Children's Show. Fixing cassette tapes. If you didn't know what a pencil and a cassette tape had to do with each other. Oh my gosh, yes. And then you take like a little bit of tape and you try to, if the tape broke, you tried it. Yes. But fixing cassette tapes, you put the pencil inside the top part. I've been done for like 10 minutes, but still, oh, you are young. I'm fat. My first video of his. Oh, okay. That one was funny. And Weird Al is amazing. But oh my god, 2 weeks until my shows lanterns releases. Nice. Oh my gosh. I mean, whatever happened to variety shows? Those of you who are old enough to remember, variety shows were basically focused around one person or a group. The Jacksons had a variety show. The Osmonds had a variety show. Glenn Campbell had a variety show. There was George Burns and Gracie Allen, Imogene Coca, and so a variety show was basically a laugh in, hee haw, Jim Stafford, so basically it was, there would be like sketch comedy. They would usually have like a magician on it, or like, Carol Burnett. And so it would be different things, but I mean, it was literally a variety of things. And I miss variety shows. They were so fun. Simon and Simon, yes. Oh my gosh. Garth Brooks cassette tapes got so stretched out. I didn't even recognize his music when it moved away. When it moved away. Yes, video killed the radio star. Or resurfacing the heads on a VCR with a magnetic tape. Yes. Oh my gosh. Let's see. And oh, the Monday night movie of the week and Tuesday night movie of the week. And it was like each night had a night where it was like a 2-hour movie, and you would sit there and it was like a mystery, or in some cases like horror films. Oh my god, Trilogy of Terror. Anybody who remembers Trilogy of Terror, which was a movie that traumatized an entire generation. Specifically, it was, okay, Trilogy of Terror was three, it was like three horror stories put together as one movie. And the last one was this lady who got this little, voodoo doll type of thing, and it had like a necklace or something on it that kept it. a doll, but the necklace thing came off and it came to life and it was chasing this one actress. Her name was Karen Black. It was chasing her around her apartment with a knife, and it's like, oh my god, it was so creepy. When did Trilogy of Terror come out? I remember it was Trilogy of Terror. That was, oh my gosh, there it is. There it is. That was the little thing. That was the thing. That was the thing. And it chased her around the house. Oh my god. And Karen Black was the actress. Oh, Trilogy of Terror. They've got it on YouTube. And, there were like these horrible, horrible, scary things. 1975. And oh my gosh, it was terrifying. It was absolutely terrifying. I mean, I know most people would probably look at it now and go, that was lame. But for us, it was terrifying. Let's see, even at 10 years old, I taught the family most everything technically. Yep. Ordered four movie, four more movies. Ooh, what are the movies? What are we getting? Are they seasonal? Are they comedies? Are they, you know, Creep Show 1980-ish? Oh my gosh, yes. Creep Show. I mean, oh, also Sundays was National Geographic's, or oh, we had there was the National Geographic show, and then Marlon Perkins' Wild Kingdom, sponsored, and shows were sponsored, and they always had to say the sponsor, sponsored by Mutual of Omaha. And it was Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom. And there was this guy, and he would, talk about animals in different parts of the world. But I remember Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom, and there was oh, what was it? The show, it was Mule Train Baraxo. Okay, the 20 Mule Team. 20 Mule Team. Let's see. TV show sponsored. Hold on. TV show sponsored by Baraxo. Death Valley Days. Yes, Death Valley Days. That was sponsored by Baraxo, which was a soap. Biodome, Faculty. Oh, I remember Faculty. Knight's Tale. Never saw Knight's Tale. Never saw Joe Dirt or Biodome, but I saw Faculty. Tales of the Crypt in the 90s. The show on PBS just called Nature by the National Science Foundation. Oh my gosh, yes. And Sundays were also what was it? Mystery Theater. And it was like, they were usually like British dramatizations of mysteries. Oh, what was it? Something. And then, of course, Mystery Science Theater. Uh, Old Mystery Theater show. Oh my gosh. Let's see. Old time radio theater. I mean, and we had radio shows. It was something Mystery Theater. And it was like theater TV. I think it was oh, they had Dragnet. Oh my god, the Alfred Hitchcock hour. Oh, Alfred Hitchcock. Wild Kingdom with Marty. Oh yes. Then there was Nova. And then my dad used to like to watch it was called McLaughlin Group, and it was like this political thing Which, I mean, I think we need a show like this today. McLaughlin Group was it, and it came on every Sunday, like late morning, and my dad would always watch it because they would have like people who were very, very conservative and people who were very, very liberal, and they would have these discussions, and they'd sit around together, and and they would be a little condescending to each other, but no one was outright rude. They did not call each other's name. They would bring up points and then do that little laugh like they were making fun of you. But the thing is, off the show, and I mean, these were people who were diametrically opposed in their political viewpoints, but off camera, they were friends. They would point out stuff, they would debate things, and the whole point of it was a debate so that people could, see multiple sides of a topic. And I used to watch it with my dad. And I thought it was really neat that people who, had these different viewpoints. Oh, there you are. Hello. People who had these different viewpoints and they would debate them. And John McLaughlin, it was his show and it was always on PBS. But, the idea that people who came from these absolutely different perspectives could sit down together and passionately yet respectfully debate. And then at the end, it's like, okay, now what do you think? And it really was a very cool series. How long did that go? Uh, McLaughlin. Okay. Half hour public affairs talk show. Okay, so that was in the 80s? No, it was earlier than the 80s. 1989. Oh my gosh, they've got YouTube videos. And I mean, these people were adamant in their, in their viewpoints, but, and it was just a group of them sitting around and, just talking, but they listened to each other. They, oh my God, this was copyright 1985. I guess it started in 1982. And, these were, John McLaughlin was in the middle, and all these people with these opposing viewpoints and Elaine, I remember Elaine. And she would argue with the best of them. But it was all about talking. It was all about listening. It was all about them each presenting their viewpoint. And sometimes they would talk over each other. Sometimes they would interrupt each other, but they would call each other on it. It's like, hey, I let you talk. And they go, okay, okay, okay. And there was this guy named Robert. Oh, Robert, what was his name? McLaughlin Group. What was his name? There was a guy who was on it. John McLaughlin dies after 34 years. He spent 34 years with that. And what was his? It was John something. Okay, John McLaughlin Group cast list. Okay, who was let's see, who was the cast? Eleanor Cliff, Pat Buchanan, Tom Rogan. Okay, so he was the host after McLaughlin. Uh, what was the original McLaughlin Group? So who was the Eleanor Cliff, Morton Kondracki, Fred Barnes, Jack. Oh, what is? I'm trying to remember. the full cast, and I mean they would break it down. I can't find him. It was this guy here, and I can't remember what his name was. And but it was, and that was also something that Sunday was about because, it's like the newspaper came out. Sunday was about like information. And you would have, we used to be able to have discourse without it being disrespectful. Like, yeah, it wasn't, and one of the things that I really love about this community, we have had people come in who had diametrically opposed opinions. And 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 people would speak out, but it was always respectful. It was never personal. It's like, well, the way I see this, it's like, well, I see this totally different from my experience. And, people bringing their experiences, of, you know, what it was to be there and personally experience something. And I think that is something that's missing. I think that the World Wide Webiverse and the interwebs have brought us a lot of amazing stuff. And I think the good of it, honestly, I do think the good of it outweighs the bad. And one of those really challenging things for me is the anonymity. Is that, people will get behind a keyboard and type out things that they would never, ever, ever have the guts to say to somebody's face. And I think that's really sad. Yeah, Mystery Science Theater. That was a classic. That was an absolute classic. And oh, we used to watch Red Dwarf. And we watched cuz Sunday was also Time Tunnel, uh Land of the Giants. Land of the Giants was really good. Let's see. Seaview or Voyage to the Bottom of the Sea was on weekdays, but oh my gosh. And of course, we had to watch Twilight Zone and Night Gallery. Night Gallery was Saturday night. Isn't it amazing how I can remember all of these things, yet half the time I don't know where my cell phone is? What is up with that? But I can remember it's like, okay, this was this night, this was that night, this was this. And, there is something amazing about and I think each generation has that point where it's like, wow, this was something that we did. And and yeah, Sunday was a very long day depending on what your faith was, because there were some who were, they literally spent all day in church, and then afterwards, you have dinner at the church hall. But I mean, it was, yeah, and I guess maybe that's why I think of Sunday as Serenity Sunday, because in the household I grew up with, it was the quiet day. It was the day when we sat down and, when you thought about the next week, and maybe we were thinking about the homework assignment that we, still needed to get done. But, it was a day that we rested. Now, Saturday, that was barbecue day. That was lawn maintenance day. It was cleaning day. But Sunday was just that day that, we laid on the floor and read comics. And, you know, my mom planned out her whole entire week. And then, maybe, she read Parade. And it was, and then the TV shows that we enjoyed, like I said, Sunday morning after church was David and Goliath. Gumby and Pokey was on Saturday, or on Sundays too. I mean, I think that maybe it would be really good for young people if they could have one day that was like that, because I mean the day wasn't planned around TV. It was planned, maybe you went out and there was literally the Sunday drive. And sometimes my dad, he'd say, okay, everybody get in the car. We're going to go for a drive. And it was just, we'd sit there in that 1963 Chevy Impala station wagon that was huge, bench seats. And then you had the one in the back that faced out the back window. And we would just drive together. And that was something we did with, my kids. We would just go for drives. Maybe, drive along. It's like, oh, that park looks interesting. Or, maybe we went down to the Howard Johnsons, and had breakfast. Or, I mean, I think IHOP came out a little bit later in the area that I was in. Or, we would drive, maybe to a lake. We would drive up in the hills because the main city that, after my dad retired from the military, we were living in Milpitas, California, and there were hills up above it. And, you could go up there and, you'd get cardboard and you'd slide down a hill. And, it was, the old fashioned Sunday drives. And I do miss those. I mean, maybe that's where my love of driving came from, because I always related driving to something amazing. It was either an adventure or it was a quiet family moment. And, and then we get back and, you know, m- my mom would make dinner and, we'd help. And, my dad would, go back to, whatever section of the paper he didn't quite get to. And we all ate together. And then we'd go and watch the evening TV. I mean, that's what Sunday was to me. Later on, Sunday became family dinners. It's like, no, every Sunday you go over to, mom and dad's house. And, we would have that. Are you still looking? He's still looking. He's still enjoying that. But I mean, do you remember any of those like things that you would do? Maybe it was a particular holiday that you always did the same thing. And, back in the 60s, and, kind of it fell off a little bit in the 70s, but definitely during the 60s, it's like, no, you had the same thing every Monday night. You had the same thing to eat for dinner every Tuesday night, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, depending on how the week went or how tired my mom was, maybe there'd be pizza, or maybe we'd do fried chicken, or maybe we'd splurge and go get a bunch of like shrimp and crab legs from there was this place that would have like crab legs and cooked crab. And so we'd bring that home, and my mom would lay out a picnic blanket on the floor, and we put newspaper over it. And then we would, it's like we just sit there in a big circle and crack crab. And she would get um, a loaf of French bread, and we would have that and cocktail sauce. And that was dinner. And that was an amazing dinner. But yeah, Monday through Friday, you had the same thing on Monday. You had the same thing on Tuesday. Because it was a lot easier in planning meals if you always knew. And then once we got a little bit older, I think it was like around 8 years old, I think was the first time we got to plan out a dinner. And each week, one of those nights became a night that one of the four of us would plan out the dinner. And we got these little anybody remembers the old recipe cards that you used to get? Let's see, hold on. This is a very nostalgic stream. Vintage recipe cards. Let's see. I think it was Betty Crocker. What were they? I think it was Betty Crocker. Hold on. Yes, yes, the Betty Crocker card library. I don't know how many of you remember these. And there would be, each week they would, you would get a packet of recipes. And some of them is like, convenient oven meals and seasonal favorites. And there was one pack that was for like kids. and, casseroles and things like that. And they would have like the picture of the dish, and on the back would be like, you'd have the ingredients, you'd have all the cooking instructions, and, fondues. Oh, I miss fondues. And, these were things that you'd go and you'd pull it out, and, you would go shopping based on the instructions. But yeah, my mom had the full set, and it was fun learning how to cook and learning how to make particular things, and being able to, you know, just be a family. And I think now there's a lot more division. People, I mean, it was sort of like when COVID kicked in, excuse me, and people were basically trapped in houses together. And, if the power went out, if the internet went out, people were, they were finally interacting with each other. They were having family meals. I mean, because that was a thing, and when I was raising my sons, I wanted that to be the case. It's like, no, we have family dinners. We sat down at the table. We talked. The boys talked about their day. We exchanged ideas, and we would talk about things. I've been told there are requests for you to fun run fairly soon. Okay, as soon as school is over after next week, we will make time to do that, because then I won't have to get up early. So funnel run, I am an ace at looting. I'm not good at putting things together, and I tend to panic, and I will get lost in the game. So as long as you have somebody who keeps an eye on where I am, but that would probably be a lot of fun. We can funnel run. I mean, like I said, this is the last week of summer school, which means I've got at least 2 weeks. Well, if we're starting on the 10th, how many weeks do I actually have? Okay, so that's the last day. One, two, three. Wow, I've got almost a month. I mean, I still have to go in and do cleaning, but that's just 2 hours a day, and I'm done. Like in the afternoon. But I don't have to get up early. Oh my gosh. And why do they start school on a Thursday? That makes absolutely no sense. But oh my gosh, I've got like a month. And, imagine Doc looting with an F4 tornado moving towards the house. Okay. And I will tell you the worst thing about that is y'all will be saying, we gotta go. And I'll be going, no, 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 there's another chest. Oh, no, no, there's another closet. I have died so many times, like in Skyrim. I have consistently, and my sons would laugh at me about this, because I would be so focused on looting, and we had a little bit of that last time I played 7 Days to Die. It's like I've got a zombie chasing me, but there's stuff to loot, and I refuse to run past it. I am the queen of over encumbering myself. I am the absolute queen of over encumbering, because it's like, and then it's like, no, I don't want to give that up. I don't want to give that up. Yes, you will have to. It's like, no, 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 I can get this, I can get that. We gotta go. And then we all die, and it's my fault. So, but yes, once this week is over, and I mean, I'll still be able to do, we'll do the afternoon stream, and, it'll just be really nice not to have to get up. But, hey, Ori. And I can spend more time with Oreo. Hello. Oh my goodness, he's such a good boy. You're such a good boy. Yes, you are such a good boy. Um, but here we go. He's such a sweetheart. He is. He's very sweet. And he loves watching shows that that appeal to his cat-like nature. And oh my gosh, it's going to be so nice having that time off. I mean, honest, I do love my job. I really do. I really enjoy, and usually, on we were supposed to pick routes. My route pick was supposed to be on September 3rd, and we were told that, or the word is going around, and I don't know if this is for you, Jay, but we will not be picking routes. We just go back and do the route that we had before, and then, they may do the pick later. But I don't know if they've said that for you, but words kind of going around, and they did it last year where it's like, you know what, everybody just keep your route. We'll, change them later. Nope, yours are the 24th. Oh my gosh. You get yours early. I mean, our higher seniority folks, I think they start picking on like the end of August. I think theirs starts on what, the 28th, I think. So the 28th, and then the 31st, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, because we have like at least 4 separate days. Now, even if we're not, General Ed's routes stay the same. Ours don't. Oh, ah. See, I think I have to check. I have to check if the special ed routes are staying the same. But yeah, yeah, our routes are probably going to stay the same, and which works for me. I want that route back anyway. But, I do enjoy it. I like the kids. And, this being the last week, and I have kids like, but you're the nicest bus driver. Can you drive the bus for us during the year? And it's like, no. But the kids are sweet. And they're funny. You never know what they're going to come up with. And, and I know the parents for that route. I've got it memorized. So for me, and there's only like maybe one or two spots that are a little tricky to get through, which are more tricky to get through. I'm really hoping this is not a heavy snow season the way it was last time, because that will not be fun. That will absolutely not be fun. But I do. I love what I do. I really enjoy it. I like interacting with the kids. Hey, Ori. What? You want to come up here? You can come up here if you want. No, you just want to stare at the birds. There you go. So, and I also understand that I can't do that forever because it does take a physical toll. A lot of our drivers, and having been a chiropractor for as long as I was, I can look at them as like, okay, that's from prolonged jamming of the spine, people with shoulder issues because we're constantly going like this. And, it is, working that long, a lot of our older folks, they're getting hip replacements, they're getting knee replacements, they need rotator cuff surgeries. And I don't want to wait and do it that long. That's why it's like, you know what, I'm probably calling it at 10 years, which means I have 8 more years. I started as a driver in 2024, February 1st of 2024. So I, I'm 2 years in, and I don't see myself doing this for more than 10 years because I can see the toll it takes. And it is, you know, it's a thing. And I want to be able to enjoy the time that I have, because at that point I'll be in my 70s, and I am definitely going to have my converted school bus. I hear they're called schoolies. So it really is a cool thing when you like what you do. And the best job advice I was ever given was figure out what you do for free, then figure out a way to get paid for it. And, for a lot of people who do streaming, playing a video game. Well, I'd play a video game for free and then figure out a way to get paid for it. People who like to cook, but, don't want to have a restaurant or whatever, but they want to share cooking. And they create a channel that's dedicated to that. And I think that, things like Twitch and YouTube, they're really good for that. For people who figure out what they want to do for what they would do for free and then figure out a way to get paid for it. Now, granted, it is tough. It's a lot of work. You have to make a commitment. I mean, it for the people who are at that top level, they treat this like a 40-hour week. Maybe they're streaming, and some of the really top streamers, they stream for anywhere from 6 to 8 hours a day, and then they do promotion, and then they do networking, and then they do, there's the editing that comes in, and all of that other stuff. It's also hard not to let the thing you love feel like work. Ding ding ding. Because and that was, I wasn't quite there as a chiropractor, but I knew I was getting there. I knew that I while I still loved it, I was no longer in love with it. And that's when you have to really consider, even if you got your dream job and you love it. Once you stop being in love with it, once it stops being that thing that when you wake up, you don't say I have to go to work. You say I get to go to work. And as early as I get up and as tiring as it can be, I mean, I'm still taking the bus. I haven't gotten another car, which I probably won't do until maybe the beginning of next year. But, that's okay. I don't mind doing public transit. I find it fairly relaxing, except I don't get home till late, but I mean, it works. But, the idea that when I get up, it's like I'm okay with going to work. It's like, yeah, that's not so bad. When you stop doing that, when your work starts taking away from you more than it gives. And sometimes it's really hard for people to acknowledge that, they're getting to that point, and then they get scared because it's like, well, I don't have anything else I can do. It's like that's not true. You can do almost anything. Does it mean that certain things in your life may have to change for a while? Yeah. You switch to the thing you're most passionate about, but it doesn't pay a whole lot at first. I was watching a video on YouTube, and it just kind of came up randomly, and it was jobs that most people don't know about. And it's like one of them was your professionally sniff things, which is weird to me, but it's like deodorants and, checking to see if a deodorant works, which is like, getting all up in somebody's armpit might be a little weird. But, there were different things that, people could do that, I mean, and make decent money doing it. One was being a patient, and it's like, you are a patient for like a medical school, a pretend patient for a medical school, and they give you a script and background information, and then you call and you talk to medical students and you give them your symptoms and all of that. Oh, calm down. Hold on, let me find this. I'm gonna see if I can find, let's see, let's see, history. Where was it? And but it was just so interesting because these were jobs that people had, available to them, and a lot of them, and some of them, they said, you can come in and literally, get that. Let's see. Save, 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 save. What did your videos? Um no, that's not what we want. Once I find it, I will put it up. Okay, watch later. No, it's on that account. Let's see. Switch accounts. I can't find it, but I'll find it. But these are like jobs that are actually okay. Oreo, I'm sorry. I'm gonna have to. I need to borrow the I need to borrow that so I can find the thing because I saved it on this one. Okay, hold on, hold on. I'll put your thing back. I just need to check the history. And these are jobs that in most cases they're remote work. Okay, hold on. He's looking at it like, how dare you? How dare you? Let's see. Library, watch later. Okay, 5 jobs so desperate for workers. Okay, hold on. I'm going to look this up because this is something, and and I think it's actually a cool channel because he, studies different types of jobs and he posts like, okay, this is what Shane Shane Hummus remote jobs. Oh, here it is. Here it is. Okay, let me share um copy. Okay, so I'm going to go into the Discord and let's see. Let's put it under general. This is a thing and it's, you know, 5 jobs desperate for workers, they'll hire you on the spot. And a lot of these are remote. And it's worth taking a look at because there's a lot of people who are, I mean, for whatever reason, they're going to be home more. And to have like, remote jobs that are really unusual. It's like being at, one of the other jobs it talks about is basically being a virtual sitter where you would sit and watch someone like who's in a hospital or something and you're watching them like sleep or minding them, and if they start to get into trouble or something, or if it looks like they're moving around a lot, then you would contact the nurse. So it is, you know let's see. That's why I stopped streaming. I do love the game, but once it felt like a job, it wasn't fun. Yeah. So I resolved to just play games, and I play a lot with streamers anyways. So if nothing else, I know how to mind my P's and Q's when playing on someone else's streams. And I think that's a lot of fun. So I do that instead. And of course, I play with IRL friends and by myself too. But who knows? Maybe I'll start a business making trailers for people to live in once I make my own. Life's a journey. Life is a highway. I do not, or I do need to get better at recording things though, because I think a lot of people would find it entertaining. Absolutely. Bushcraft, motorcycles, building things, gaming, shooting, all the things I do for fun. I think it would be a fun YouTube channel. It would. It would be an awesome YouTube channel. And, being able to figure out what it is that, you'd like to do. And so, anyway, I recommend um, this particular page because it's like seeing somebody, and you could tell by watching him, it's like, okay, he's actually broken down and done research. It's not just fly by night things. And he's got all these different videos of being able to visit site, the type of things, replace your jobs nobody, boring but easy, uh, retirement side income, hiring over 50, in demand online jobs. And that one where you pretend to be a patient, they're definitely looking for people who are older. Top 10 jobs begging for workers right now. So, and I've watched a few of these, and I think that it would be very cool. I think that it would be really neat to do some of these things. So I keep them, I kind of like, okay, well, let me put that down and watch later. Because if it ever reached a point where I couldn't do what I do, like bus, and I needed to, find something to be able to support myself with, it's like, yeah, online is great. But, Dr. Haiku, I know you would be amazing with a YouTube channel with all the different stuff you do. I think that would be awesome. Awesome sauce. And on that note, that is going to be our time for today. And thank you, thank you, thank you so much for joining in, and for everybody who is, just chilling on a Sunday. And we will be back tomorrow with the midday doc lunchtime power hour. And so we're going to be doing that through next week, celebrating the countdown to when my summer vacation starts. Oh my goodness, Dr. Aiku, thank you so much for the biddies. We have gone biddy crazy today. It's been an amazing day, and thank you for everybody. Thank you for all of your support. Thanks, Doc. Keep doing what you do. Likewise, my friend, because, there's something that is always so cool when you come in and, dropping those quotes, and, and I really appreciate it. And I appreciate you. So get on that YouTube channel so we can all watch and we can all have fun with it. And everybody, we will see you tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time. And until then, please remember that you are the only you in all the universe. You're the only you that's ever been and the only you that will ever be. And what that does is it makes you special, it makes you sacred, and most of all, it makes you necessary. Because as the only you in all of the universe wouldn't be the same or complete without you. So, everyone have an amazing morning, afternoon, evening, or night. May you walk gently with the world. May the world walk gently with you. And as always, I wish you balance and I wish you blessings from my heart to yours. So, have a good day, a good Sunday. Learn something new. I'm proud of you and I love you. All righty. Fruity Leaves. Fall damage. That is so cute. Everybody, have a wonderful day. See you tomorrow. Bye.
Emerald Queen, where the gamers unite.